Very nice. Oh, very nice. Oh, very nice. So, Carla, I think it's finished. Ah, oh, that was so beautiful, Carla. Did a very nice job. Thank you so much. And that wasn't 31 years, but you see that was the cake was for our 25th annual celebration at the West Oakland Branch Library, which is where we normally have these poetry celebrations. But today we are in Zoom because of the pandemic, and so the way we sort of shifted things. But we wanted to make sure that we did have a celebration this year of African American poets and their poetry, and we also wanted to honor the legacy of Adam David Miller, or AD, as he's affectionately known, who made his transition in November at the age of 98. And we also wanted to honor QR Hand, who made his transition on December 31st, right before his birthday in January, which I believe he would have turned 86. And so we divided our program into two parts. We're going to have the AD celebration in the first part and the QR Hand celebration in the second part. And then we also are honoring the theme of the Carter G. Woodson's, Dr. Carter G. Woodson's organization, ASALA. Every year they have a theme, and this year the theme is the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity. And the Black family, they write, Asala writes, has been the topic of study in many disciplines: history, literature, the visual arts and film studies, sociology, anthropology, and social policy. Its representation, identity, and diversity have been reverenced, stereotyped, and vilified from the days of slavery till our time. And so various poets are going to be sort of taking themes around the Black family and sharing it in their work, as well as other topics. And so we like to begin our program with libations. And Iya Khalifa Oshamari graciously agreed to open the way and bring our ancestors in the house. And as she does when we're actually in the library at the West Oakland branch on 18th and Adeline. So thank you so much, Iya.
You're quite welcome, Wanda, and welcome all of you to the 31st annual celebration of African American poets. I would like to welcome you in several languages. I would like to say Ekabo, Aquaba, Bienvenido, bienvenue.
Mm.
We speak many different languages, but we come from one heart. As I do the libation today, we are calling in the entire family, because in the African tradition, the family is not just we the living, but those who have gone before, those who have paved the way to the spirit world in which we will all return. And as I do the libation, I want you to be conjuring up, thinking of those who have recently passed, those who you would like to honor, those who you stand upon their shoulders, and remember them as I am saying the libation in Yoruba and singing a praise song to the ancestors. Now, I want to give you a few words that you will hear, and you'll be able to follow. Egun in Yoruba means ancestor, so you'll hear that word several times. Iku means the dead, and we praise the dead because they live, because every time we call their names, they come alive. Always remember to call the names of your ancestors. I will switch the camera so you can see the libation plant. A libation is a pouring of prepared, consecrated liquid into the earth to call the ancestors. Egungun kiki egungun. Egungun kiki egungun. Eguniku ranwan feowo kuo pipi. Orosobo funle wo. Oguniku batabango egunde. Biaba fatori. Nale guna shede. Nale guna shede. Nale guna shede. We prostrate before you on the sacred mat of time and space. We ask that you bless us in all that we're trying to do and all that we're trying to become. Mojiba fefeiku. Mojiba fefeiku.
Calling in.
Mojiba fefeiku. Mojiba fefeiku. Ikuo, ikuo. Intila se oba egungun. Banlo, ianlo. Intila se oba egungun. Ashe. Let the community say Ashe.
Ashe.
Thank you so much, Iya. And I want to let you all know that if you'd like to call your own ancestors into the space, you can certainly do so. We like to call the chat the river. It's the Sixth River. It's the river that's, it goes between, the here and the after that, in whatever direction that you see this. And so you definitely can put your ancestor names in the river. That's always flowing between us. Sometimes the water is not recognized as the conduit, but it's always something that we want to keep moving, because when it's moving, it's alive, right? So you can do that. So our first poet is our Iya Oshimare, who's a very good friend of AD. So she's gonna, start and share some of her thoughts and poetry about Adam David Miller.
Well, I did know Adam. I do know him, and he was a wonderful man. who was very gracious, always had his home open to everyone. And I spent several hours with him in his home and chatting with him. I read his memoir that he wrote, and I'm just blessed to have known him and to have spent time with him. I have two poems that I'd like to share with you. And they've both been written fairly recently since we've been in this crisis, this multi-layered crisis, I would say. And this first one is called A Contemplative Moment, or We Wear the Mask. It was written in May of 2020, and it invokes two of our great poets, Paul Laurence Dunbar and his poem, We Wear the Mask, that was written in 1896, and Langston Hughes' poem that we all have heard, A Dream Deferred. So this is A Contemplative Moment, or We Wear the Mask. Dunbar's mask returns, new form of masking and masquerading, this time for healing or caring. We have always worn the mask of disguise, grinning rather than grimacing, laughing rather than crying. Survival always meant accruing this debt we pay to human guile, while hurting all the while. Could the world be otherwise in counting all our tears and sighs? The old normal disguising pain, deep wounds of terror. Could the new normal take us beyond the past, beyond the brutality and no gain? Are we capable of truly caring, walking in another's historical footsteps? Can we wear a mask of compassion and protection instead of fear and oppression? Can we stop the charade to find a joyous parade, a spectacle of love with a new mask, symbol of new normal, or a veneer covering old disguise? Why do we wear any mask? Why do we disguise the true self wanting to live free? A virus dictates a mask of protection, but what happens to the old mask? Does it continue to hide a dream deferred? And the last poem that I'd like to share with you is one that I wrote just recently in December. And it invokes the ancestors and speaks to how I feel in relationship to mine. It's called Flying High, Finding Voice. I open my arms, spread my wings, fly into a spacious future to the Sankofa past. I open my mouth, birds fly out, giving voice to my ancestors as their wings flutter. A renegade voice echoing celestial harmonies, extolling the Black vastness of space, where ancestors patiently wait on royal thrones. I fly by, riding their wings. I hear their rhythmic songs, gospels of praise, blues of pain, transcending the present, echoing through time. I open my arms, I spread my wings, flying into a promised future, circling back to the Sankofa Pass. I open my mouth to voice my rage, painful melodies bellow out into the black hole of space. I float on wings of my ancestors, riding Oya's winds. I feel the past dancing into the future on the throne of now. As the bird flies high, looking backward, they sing, change gonna come. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Iya. Yeah, change is gonna come. Yes. So now we'd like to invite Nia McAllister to share her work.
Thank you so much, Wanda. I'm really happy to be sharing this space with all of you, and thank you for setting it up in such a lovely way. So I have one poem that I'll be sharing, which in this theme of recognizing our ancestors, I wrote this about exactly a year ago in tribute to one of our beloved literary ancestors, Toni Morrison. And this is entitled, "In the Day Diamonds Are in the Water." The only time the ocean cut me, I've led stories. They said, "What a beautiful, yet terrifying thing it is to be free." They said, "We have traveled years to bring you our names. We knew you'd forget them, or worse, never recognize them in the first place." They said, "Rememory me, unfold your tongue, gather in your hand all the cities your foremothers birthed freedom in, scatter milkweed seeds in the wind, and call us home." So waterlogged and weary, I bandage my wounds with diamonds and rise from seafoam memory, homebound. I have never been far from the page. How else to learn what moonlight looks like through blue-eyed promises? Oh, but to be Sonia, to be Toni, to be wind in a cotton field scattering marigolds. I wish I knew Arkansas clouds like I do the lines on a poem, like I do the recipe for forgiveness. Joy is memory in the refrain, magic too hopeful to stay hidden. See, the trick to befriending stories is listening, after all. Yet sometimes belonging cannot be traced by tide lines or railroads carved out of the night sky, but rather dog-eared pages and overdue book finds. Having a library to owe things to makes one at home, right? So we write, we sing, we rename our story legacy before they claim we were never here in the first place. Find us on the page. As she said, this is the first battlefield we play on. Hear our words dance, and so we too leap into blissful surrender. And one day we will fly. And one day we will fly. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Nia. So I thought you were going to do the piece on your mothers and your mothers' mothers as well.
Oh, I'm happy to, if there's time for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I have, I'll do one more piece, which is more so of a story. This is based off of my experience of getting to have an interview with my mom and all of her older sisters who grew up in the Bay Area, in Oakland and Berkeley, in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond, and are all still living today. And so the collection of words that I'm going to share is actually all of their words. It's a rearrangement of our conversation. And so I'm internally grateful for their impact on my life. So this is entitled The Retelling. You have to be American, citizen. Obey, obey, obey. It was hard work, but we just got used to it. You had to hold your tongue half the time. You couldn't talk back, but you couldn't make faces either. Before Rosa Parks, my grandmother refused. She was a fighter. I think that's why I like water. He was a self-employed fisherman. Mama was a stay-at-home mom. He was 12 years older than her. She was a housewife. That's what women did at the time. Where does your name come from? The Great Migration. Our godparents were Filipino or mixed couples. I wanted him to teach me Tagalog. They would all speak the language. In those days, they expected the Black people to, get out in the gutter. No matter where we go in a big group, they don't like us. So she left Arkansas, threatened by white people, got on a train and didn't know where she was gonna go. Ended up in Oakland. Grandma was kind of fearless, trailblazer. Our father was very quiet. He worked his way over, always bringing home fresh fish. It was something he really loved, the endless horizon, being out on the water. We were living in a matriarchy, born in Oakland, 3 generations in the house. We had Southern breakfasts, and there was always something cooking. She used to make stuff in the bathtub, and the police would come and look. See, she was a bootlegger. I wasn't supposed to know I was wearing hand-me-downs. People saw I looked different. When we were little, we were Negro. They presumed you had an attitude because you had that, quote, good hair. We didn't make waves, we were nice girls. We used to run in a trio. We used to ride up to the library. Maybe that was before the war. It's a church now. You had decorated your bicycle with crepe paper through the spokes. Remember playing hide and seek at night when the big trains would go by and the house would shake? I still dream in the streets. The world is really different than when we were growing up. You just want to stop the car and walk the streets again. Mama never drove. She would carry me into the movies to save 14 cents. Those were the days. The baby's 76 years old now. I went back to school to become independent on my own. We all went to college, set the standard. First Black person in the whole organization, first Black middle management person. Oh, that's right, equal employment plans for progress. Yet you still can't tell us apart. We did a lot of holding back, holding your tongue. I used to iron sheets when I first got married, ironing things that don't need to be ironed. Standing at that ironing board thinking, is this all my life's gonna be about? I got to be independent when I moved away from home. That's when Martin Luther King was shot. They had riots in Washington. If we take you to jail again, what do you want to be called? Black or Negro? I'm an American, Afro-Asian, you're having me deny my father. We embrace ourselves. We don't try to enhance where we are now. That's how it's supposed to be. But the other strength we have is humor. I remember being asked by people where your name came from. But it's really nobody's business. What are you? We are what we are, resplendent. It wasn't funny, but we laughed. Humor helps you get through a lot. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. So we're having some trouble around the Facebook Live. We can't find it, and even though it says we're on Facebook. So I was thinking we should probably stop the live stream and
Want to keep it going. Keep it going. I'm trying to find it online. You probably hooked it up maybe to your personal account or to Wanda's Picks, but I'll look for it.
oh, okay, all right.
I haven't been able to find it either, but I'll check it.
Yeah, well, I found it early on when I was hearing echo, and then I left out of it because they're like, okay, streaming. I heard someone say it was streaming, so then I didn't worry about it, and I just came back to the Zoom room. So you're saying we shouldn't stop it and start it again?
It's somewhere out there. You might have just pressed. You might have pressed a button. If anybody else knows how to do Facebook Live, I don't. I haven't done it from here, but check your settings, and you might have hit mute, or you might have. It's still streaming. It says it's streaming right here live on Facebook,
Right.
but I haven't been able to find it. And that's where I first went to it. So I've been trying to help troubleshoot for you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll keep on going, and and I will be trying to figure out if I pressed something accidentally. Yeah, Nia, thank you so much. I love your libation poetry, and thank you for indulging me there. And I love your new piece as well. And so now we have Kim Shuck.
Hi, I'm deeply honored to be here. I shared stories with both of these men, which I guess is what community is really, right? Sharing stories. And I feel like this season has been, the last few seasons have been pretty stiff for a lot of us. I feel like I've had my hands in that transitional water a lot over the last year. This is a poem I'm offering for both QR and ED. Anguish is a word that comes from mental or physical tightness, some sort of constriction. The end isn't the answer, like a handwritten equation that gets smaller until x equals, even if it's represented as a set of values between. But I understand why it's easier to think of them like that, as if there are even beginnings or endings and ripples don't go everywhere. I keep finding them in the toes of my shoes, hiding among the socks, my beads, the ones I combed a handful of out of my hair last night before failing to sleep. I'd keep them pressed in a book or in a canning jar near the snap beans. It might be right to keep them, but they just keep coming, so I tip them out the window into this orange morning where they can run into whatever places they still have to explore. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim. And it's working. I just posted it in facebook.com/Wanda period Sabir. So yeah, it's working. I had so anyway, you can tell people it's working now, and now we can share it around. So our next poet is, now it's time for the At Least People's ensemble. It's like AD's wife, Elise, and Pemba, his daughter, and friends and comrades are going to share a suite of music and poetry, some of it AD's poetry, or most of it AD's poetry. And then it's going to end in a song. So at least you go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Wanda, so much for doing this, for setting everything up. And I want to say that the portrait that's behind me here was painted in 2009 by a local artist, Phoebe Ackley. So the first thing I'm going to do is read a prose poem that I wrote recently about AD. AD was born swimming upstream, with his stalwart mother beside him, anchored, staying alert lest he be pulled into the dominant culture's ideas of who he was or who he ought to be. It took a long time for him to breathe deeply in this culture of domination. He never watched TV, rarely attended movies, avoiding seduction into the mainstream narrative, the direction of self-hatred or worse. It took a long time to publish his own words. Always he took notes on what he observed and mused. Those papers reside at Stanford now. Mostly he promoted other people's voices, women and men of all races and ethnicities, LGBTQ folk, you name it. The period between ages 70 and 92, when most people have retired, that was his most productive time. He published 5 poetry books and 2 autobiographies. All this after 70 and after turning away from alcohol forever. It took a long time until he could write his story without being controlled by anger and reaction, could tell his story, the story he wanted to tell. It took a long time for his words to stop flowing easily. Even after 90, he was still crossing borders to experience other ways of being. One didn't need to finish the sentence, "Do you want to go?" His answer was always yes. I asked where he wanted to go in celebration of our 25th anniversary, and without hesitation, he replied, "Cuba." I blanched at that, harboring great doubts about making that trip happen, it not even being legal to travel there, not to mention his mobility issues and his complete dependence on me. But serendipity and his guardian angel, who just never quit, guided us to Karen Lee Wald, a resident of Cuba on and off for years, who guided us, translated, arranged meetings with writers, took us under her considerable wingspan. In Cuba, he encountered a society built on different values, not greed and the enrichment of individuals, but the enrichment of the we, and a culture that honors the elder and the poet. I believe he relaxed a bit then and breathed. It took a long time for his eidetic memory that he drew on for his 2 detail-rich autobiographies to fail. Then he would reread those books to keep him in this world where he seemed to want to stay for as long as he could. After so much had been stripped away from him, I would ask if he was enjoying his life. He would flash me that look. Many of you probably know the look I'm talking about. It was the one that meant, go ahead, ask another idiotic question. And then he replied vehemently, of course. When in those later years he was asked if he was still writing, his reply was always yes, yet no words appeared. And though he didn't like the word spiritual, he continued to look for meaning and for ways to bring out the best in humanity. Perhaps he was busy memorializing his wisdom honed over so many decades. And maybe he was turning toward a different plane of view, toward the ancestors, waiting for that wisdom just beyond. So for most of our marriage, we were each other's biggest boosters and helpers and editors. But in the last few years, it was hard on me as his primary care provider because I was unable to work on any of my projects. And finally in 2020, I decided to write a haiku a day, just to keep a little crack open to my creativity. So I did. I have 365 haiku from last year. And after he passed in November, I started using some of his journal lines for fodder for the haiku. And so we were kind of collaborating after he died. And I'm going to share a few of those with you. November 24th. As sure as the sea will wash back, memory will retrieve its loss. It's dead. November 27th. My heart has become a broken up moon. Do not tell me that moons do not cry. November 28th. Life is not a stage, but a river spiraling ever towards the sea. December 20th. What holds up these walls where death vacuums sucked up breath? Wells of grief push out. December 29th. Moon sends a light swath from high up there across bay. The blood remembers. So those are a few of the haiku. So right now we're going to hear from a few from the ensemble. First from Pemba Pirini, AD's daughter, who is going to read his signature poem, Keep Sending Love Out.
Thank you so much, Elise. That was wonderful, especially to hear your collaboration with my father. Thank you so much. Keep sending love out. Keep sending love out where the heart clutches and the soul sings. Keep sending love out into the lighted dark, over the fog-swept sea, or where it runs the risk of dying dusty death. Send it where there may not be an echo, no return. Send love, that magic portent, that drug of madness, the poet's bane, some fool's delight. Send it where it has never been, a new address. Keep sending, sending, sending.
That was beautiful, Pemba. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Lucille Lang Day, who is a wonderful poet and memoirist and friend of AD's. And I'll let you unmute yourself and go ahead, Lucille.
Okay. I had the good fortune to be friends with A.D. Miller for 15 years, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to comment on his poetry today. He wrote many different types of poems, but I'm going to focus on just one poem, Apocalypse is My Garden. It was the title poem of one of his poetry collections, and it also appears in The Sky is a Page, his new and selected poems. This poem is about the eruption of Mount Lassen during World War I. As I read it, listen for A.D.'s deep knowledge of geology and ecology, and also for his attention to history and human events. The poem starts with an epigraph, the breaking up and down of things. Apocalypse is my garden. Sitting on a lava block, this rock a reminder that other times meant other things, while farmers in Europe plowed their land that was not theirs to waste with ruin. Lassen erupted, and for 7 years the mountain shook. The world shook. Europe stayed revolution by starting a war. What revolution had Earth planned? The mountains just needed to break out. Magma jetted through vents skyward, plague of flowing stone and fire, incinerated cedar and redwood, tephra cone volcanoes, flaming rocks and mushroom clouds, house-sized boulders tossed on Devil's Postpile, reshaping land, raising here, leveling there. Tehama, an acid factory burbling under our feet, sulfur and nitrate explosions, smell of gray scent, rotten eggs, embedded in lava pockets, squirrel scat, staghorn lichen, seeds and dust, a rain, and something new will grow. First, I'd like to point out that California has at least 7 active volcanoes. Historically, volcanoes and lightning have caused wildfires, and as a result, many California species are adapted to endure fires. So this poem reminds us that fire is a natural phenomenon in California. Currently, though, human activities are causing climate change and making these fires much more frequent and more destructive. We need to remember that our goal should not be to eliminate all fires, but to scale back our own activities, like burning fossil fuels, that make the fires worse. The volcanoes are going to erupt, whether we like it or not. AD puts the destruction caused by a volcano in the context of human destruction caused by agriculture and war. He says farmers in Europe plowed their land that was not theirs to waste with ruin. Here, he is simultaneously critiquing capitalism, the idea of owning the earth, and the European method of clearing land and planting a single crop, a method that European settlers brought with them to North America and differed greatly from traditional Native American farming methods, which were more sustainable. So just as a volcano causes apocalyptic destruction, so too do people through activities ranging from agriculture to burning fossil fuels to war. But we need to consider the title of this poem, Apocalypse is My Garden. A garden is where something beautiful and nourishing grows. A.D. concludes the poem with a rain and something new will grow. So after the destruction comes renewal. And this hope, this optimism is central to A.D.'s poetry and his worldview. His belief in the possibilities of the future permeates his poetry, enabling us to read it and rejoice. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucille. That was amazing. In such a short period, you got a lot in there. That was great. The next three people who are going to speak are friends of ours, especially in the last few years. And we're going to hear first from Pamela De Sofia.
Thanks, Elise. As a friend of Elise's, I slowly became a friend to AD in his last 8 years. I had to show up a few times in his kitchen, making interesting comments before he fully gave me his attention. I loved to joke and see him smirk. A very observant but measured person, he wouldn't just laugh at anything. He had to find it really funny. AD was so present, even as he slipped for hours into books of prose and poetry. His presence felt like well-kneaded bread dough, as if the books helped him manage his mind, work and hone his very self. I've worked with aging elders for many years, but I've never witnessed anyone like him. He was so well attuned that a query from outside the page would have him answer with a totally astute and appropriate comment, as if he'd been listening all the while. Such a precious gem, he became a poem. So I'm going to read one of his poems. It's called My Life is a Page. My life is a web page. My life is a website. My life is a web. The web of my life is a page, yet unwritten. Who holds the pen? Who wields the strokes, round or slat, rough or smooth? Try as I may, and I try mightily every hour of every day to unshackle my imagination. Come on, come on, come on. Hit me with heart hurt. Blow hot winds through me. Let the hits light up the page, perforate the web. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. That was beautiful. And next, we'll hear from Sadiqa Angle.
Thank you, Elise. I'm muted. I feel so grateful to be in this company and pretty humbled by this company. And I'm going to have the chutzpah to speak about love of all things. I love AD. I love Elise. There were so many things I loved about AD. That wit, that look, all those looks, the way we would recite poetry together see who could out recite on a particular poem, who ended first. It was all so much fun. I loved to kiss him. I missed that in the last year. Some people say all poetry is about love because it has to flow through the heart on its way to the page. And A.D. wrote some really fine love poems. And they were in so many cadences and moods. They were passionate, or else they were humorous, or they were whimsical, or they were soul opening. And some of them were pretty irreverent too. But A.D.'s greatest love work was his relationship with Elise. And in the last decade, I had the joy of watching this love in its fullness and its poignancy as his body failed and the scope of his physical experiences diminished. And going to a movie was a major excursion that could require a couple of us. We jokingly referred to ourselves as his handmaids. But Elise's love for A.D. was just vast. I saw her give up most of her life for years, not just to care for him, that wasn't enough, not just to keep him at home, but to make certain that until the very end, A.D. had the richest, most interesting, and most pleasurable life possible. She just cared for his many, many needs with such love and such grace. And I've never seen anything quite like it. She always did it with such willingness, and she was always very conscious of A.D. She was always thinking of him and what he might need or want. And it was just interesting to see because it wouldn't interfere with the conversation she was having with me or someone or what she was doing. But I could always feel her consciousness of him. And A.D. was the same with Elise. When she would come to a room, his eyes would instantly seek hers. A look would pass between them. And some of you may have heard about the Eastern spiritual teachers and their students in the glance. And what a look that was, that glance between A.D. and Elise. It was the transmission of love that was really something to behold. My, oh my. I'm only a prose writer, so I don't have the words. They fail me when I try to convey the essence of the love I had the privilege to experience between Elise and A.D. I have to leave it to you, the poets. You're the only ones who might be able to do that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sadiqa. That was beautiful. I was trying to get through this whole thing without, tears, but that pretty much did it. So now we're going to move to a little music, which I think will be wonderful. Vivian De Leon Bias is going to take out the ensemble with a song. So unmute, Vivian.
Viv, you're live.
Is it soup yet? Hi, everyone. When it comes with me with A is just he would come into the kitchen in the morning, moving along with his walker ever slow and steady. But once he hit the kitchen door, he'd start singing some song. But that's how he'd start his morning, singing. I like that. And, that was a good lesson. So for a song. This little light of mine, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. You know, this little light, mine, and I'm gonna let it shine, shine, shine all over the world. Ooh, you're gonna let your little light shine all over the world. I'm gonna let my little light shine. So we're gonna spread our light. And this song was really written to help people not feel fear in their hearts, especially during the civil rights times when people were awaiting the police. So they'd sing this song to help give them courage. And right now, a lot of us need courage. I need courage. So if you're out there listening, we could sing the last line with me. Go something like this. Set off over the world. Oh, I'm gonna let it shine all over the world. I'm gonna let it shine this little light. I'm gonna let it shine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. And that's what AD did. He let it light shine. It spread all over the place. It spread the most beautiful poetry ever and the most wonderful soul. And we will remember him because the light is not going out anytime soon. Thank you so much. A.D. Miller, Elise Peoples, and the posse who was with us today. And Wanda, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Thank you for that. And I guess we will turn it back to Wanda. Thank you everyone for coming today. Thank you. It's really a beautiful program.
Yeah, wow. Well, thank you, Elise and the posse, the Miller posse. That was really, really, really lovely. Yeah, AD actually did come to the Poetry Celebration. It was in 2002 for sure, because I have his name on the program. And it was in honor of Langston Hughes's centennial birthday. And I remember the stamp, you all probably, and because I collect stamps for Black Heritage. And he did a medley of poetry for Langston Hughes, and Langston Hughes's birthday was Monday this year. So we are going to continue with, I don't think Ishmael Reed is here unless he came in and I didn't notice. Is he here, Carla?
No, I think he will be unable to make it this afternoon.
Okay, all right. So now we'd like to invite Aquila M. Lewis Ross and Yiva Johnson.
That is so beautiful. Thank you so much. It's amazing that I am following the ensemble. This Little Light of Mine was my favorite song when I was a little girl. So that is amazing. Thank you guys so much, and thank you for the tribute. Thank you, Wanda, and everyone who organized this, and congratulations on the anniversary. I'm going to be sharing some really quick poems. One that was highlighted through the most recent San Francisco Poet Laureate Kim Shuck's poem A Day. And then it's called Stand Up and Tell Your Story, Ignites the Fire Within. And then one after that I'm going to be doing is A Sunflower is Just as Pretty as a Rose. And that is edited by the Benicia Poet Laureate Mary Susan Gast. She's also going to be combining some poems from April 2020 through November 2020 in a new anthology. So the first one, Stand Up and Tell Your Story, Ignite the Fire Within. And we'll also have a feature with Yiva Johnson after these other poems. Have you ever thought about a fire's birth? See how it grows, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. How long will it last? As a fire grows from our tears, we've been here before. We are legions, silent survivors, waiting for the chance to be heard. When the wind blows, be the anchor. Breathe. Take your pauses, begin again. Stand up. Your stories were meant to be told. The next one. A sunflower is just as pretty as a rose. Black sunflowers stand tall. Today, they rise, standing taller than ever. Adorned by the ancestors' plight, blood spilt centuries ago has spilt over steel. Footprints leave a trail of tears, imprints reappear. Black sunflowers continue to grow as blood spills over. So many are dying, hung like Christmas tree ornaments. Kind of forgot summer was here. Spring was barely celebrated. Fear of the unknown. A people well groomed were stuck, displaced, mandated to shelter in place. How can one be happy with all this mess? As much as we long to unmask, Black sunflowers are still oppressed. See the Bantu knots, red, black, and green frocks. Children frolic in water parks until the sun lays down to rest, unfolding of its petals. A glorious work of art, shows a glimpse of past lives lived, mirroring the sun. Oh, how I adore thee. Black sunflowers are the light. And like sunflowers symbolize adoration, loyalty, and longevity, a rose will always be a rose. But when a Black sunflower transforms, people better be ready. The marches must continue on. Let the youth speak. Summer is finally here. And the Black sunflower is not going anywhere. I never really paid attention to sunflowers before. Now, after all this, they're my favorite type of flower. And now we're going to do an amazing new first time collaborating with one of my favorite poets, I believe, since the pandemic and the Zoom phenomenon, I'm gonna say. Miss Yeva Johnson is a poet, an educator, and one of the amazing flautists ever that I have met. We are going to perform my poem, Honoring You, in my book, Stop Hurting and Dance. It was published by Bacino Press. Okay, hold on, let me maneuver that. Honoring you, you carried me on your back. Wrapped in cloth, walking for miles and miles, just to make enough to fill our bellies with food to survive. See me smile, thriving, living, barely living, you carried me. I felt your blood seep into my skin.
Excuse me, Aquila.
Yes.
I'll interrupt you for a minute. So the way it's going to work is you can't overlap each other. So you need to stop speaking. So then, Yeva, you can play.
Yeah, I can't really hear her.
Because we can't hear you, Yeva. So what happens is, so you do a line and stop, and you play, and you finish, and then you do a line and you stop. I thought you all rehearsed this. But anyway, that's how you have to do it in Zoom, okay?
We definitely did rehearse it, and I can't hear her.
Right, that's okay. Just stop. Like do your line and then stop, and then you play, and then we can hear you. So if you have the poem, yes?
I actually could hear them both, and I see somebody else in the chat said they could hear them both too.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
people are nodding. Yeah, it might be your connection speed, but actually you two it sounds really good. I say keep it going. Keep it going.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry.
Let me start it again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Honoring you, you carried me on your back. Wrapped in cloth, walking for miles and miles, just to make enough to fill our bellies with food to survive. See me smile. Living. Barely living. You carried me. I felt your blood seep into my skin. As we embraced, hiding the worry lines and shame, you stood in line. Standing behind your brothers and sisters, filed in line, singing choruses, all in one accord. We shall overcome someday. Red Kelly's hand holding me up, holding on to dreams unfulfilled, but with one hope that is birthed within me. Spring forth in me. You shall have your day. Thank you, Yeva.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Wanda.
That was lovely. That was really lovely. So now we're going to have Joyce Jenkins, editor of Poetry Flash, wonderful arts supporter.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanda. I'm truly honored to be here. To my eternal gratitude, Adam David Miller was a great supporter of Poetry Flash and a very good friend. He often came to the office, sometimes on his amazing adult tricycle, to talk poetry, quoting poets he loved from Al Young to Robert Burns. And we would look up the original poems in the Flash Library. One of the most meaningful poetry experiences of my life was in 2010 when I worked on his book, The Sky is a Page, New and Selected Poems. It was all AD's work and direction and was published by his Eshoo House Publishing, but I helped with the editorial and production, creating title pages for each section with original artwork that he liked. The specific poems in that book of his growing up in the Jim Crow South are necessary and important. AD's poetry and way of speaking about poetry was plainly direct and always aimed for clarity. I felt his poems were grounded to the center of the earth. In AD's talk at the Claremont Library in 2019, he said, "Poetry is song. It can be narrative, lyrical, dramatic. You can express what you are thinking and feeling and then share it with the world. There are some things that you can't express any other way than in a poem. Certain feelings about love, about living. Reading poetry is satisfying and stimulating to the imagination. It helps bring you out of your own problems into other realities. Poems are like songs, and like songs, poems can soothe. I listened to poems from an early age. My mother recited long narrative poems that I still remember some of today. People often sat around reciting poems as part of community and entertainment. I liked the sound of poems, rhythm and rhyme. Sweet Thames runs softly as I sing my song. A full list of favorite poets is impossible. At first, I started reading European writers, mostly men. I used to saturate myself with a certain group, like Irish or Norwegians. When I had access to African American poets, I read those. I was interested in hearing the voices of poets who wrote well. When African American poets and other poets of color were having a hard time getting published in the early 1970s, I edited and published an anthology called Dice and Black Bones. Poets I love, the list is too long, but I will name a few. Shakespeare, Philip Sidney, James Weldon Johnson, Emily Dickinson, T.S. Eliot, Rita Dove, Audre Lorde, Lucille Clifton, Al Young, Naomi Long Madgett, Julia Vinograd. That's what AD said at the library. Here's a poem of his. Four Tops live at the Rooster Tail to Al Young. Duke and the backup band wailed, asked the lonely. A sister called, can I help you out? Duke answered, I wish to God you could. Mellow together, music and crowd. That night you'd think a Motown night at the Rooster Tail. Marvin Gaye, Isley Brothers, the Supremes, all dropped by to give Duke and the Four Tops a boost. Watts not on their mind at all. Aretha was on one of her record-breaking, body-bending tours. On the road, she caught Nina singing Go Limp to two drunk white folk who clapped, then choked on Mississippi, goddamn. Water hoses and police dogs on Nina's mind. Was there Titanic shaking toward fire and ice? Was it Nero night at the Rooster Tail, where they drank their drinks, danced their dance, sang their song, and didn't want to go home? Ask the lonely, love don't come easy. Will you tell me, please, 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 what's going on? Thank you.
Nice.
And love you, Adam. And all of you, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Joyce. So Rafael Jesus Gonzalez, another friend of AD. They did a lot of work together through the Peralta Community College District at Laney. You're muted, Rafael.
Thank you. Yes, Adam and I knew each other for many, many years. We first met in 1968 when I began to teach at Laney College, and we immediately became cohorts. we immediately began our activism along with our teaching, because there were not many third world people, minorities teaching in the English departments, and we pushed very strongly for ethnic studies and finally got it passed. And one thing that we did together is founded a magazine at Laney College called Good News. And it was actually Adam's idea, and he chose the title, and the title is, of course, a translation, you would say, of what gospel means. And I think this came from his past, of his religious past, of his youth. Anyway, it was Good News, and it ran for a good while, kind of thing. And he was the general editor of it, and I ended up being the poetry editor. And he continued contributing to it even after he had retired and left the Laney College for his years. And I'd like to read two poems. One of them by Adam, and another by myself in a response to a moment that we passed together, kind of thing. One thing that Adam, besides his poetry and thing, is his gardening. He was very fond of gardening, and he had a wonderful wild garden, a garden with a hodgepodge of everything that he could plant. It was a beautiful thing. And I'm going to read one of his garden poems, of which there were many. He wrote a lot of garden poems. This was published in volume 16 of Good News, and that was in 1996. Good News was actually founded in 1980, so it went for quite a few years. And this poem of Adams is entitled Remnants are Reminders. I weed the Chinese poppies during a light drizzle. Remember, there was light rain when we planted. Wanted to get them in before the storm. Those poppies along the front driveway are all that you would recognize from outside. Redwood and Monterey pine gone from back fence. Magnolia, found rotting, was cut down to neighbors' loud cries. Nor would you know the feel of kitchen, with Japanese lanterns gone, recessed lights, and a picture gallery over the big window. Back porch has a sink and toilet. No more morning fighting over Johns. Remnants are reminders. The stubborn poppies hold their own in that pebbly earth. Dutch door for the kitchen, soft wood paneled, skylight for the middle room, and the curving brick walk that gathers the backyard into a love embrace. And that was his poetry. His poetry was a love embrace of life, and it was kind, and it was insightful, and it was full. Remnants and remembrances. And I guess that's what he leaves, those remnants and those remembrances of, that makes him so present, as his poetry is. This is one called A Sunday Morning. Laying chicken wire, and then a tour of Adam's garden. The incipient magnolias, the lemons hiding behind their own blossoms, the cactus blooms, and black lilies I have to reconstruct from dead black pistils, the cactus flowers, insistent, like a poem, demanding to be written. And that was written, after a Sunday morning spent with Adam, helping him lay chicken wire, and then having a tour of his garden and introducing me to his flowers and his plants. And that was written in April 1970, Poetry Month. That's that we had met. And well, those are my remembrances of Adam, who touched all our lives and will always be part of us, with his poetry and with his presence. Thank you. I look at the pictures, and there's so many of you that that we've been on this road of poetry for a long time, and I'll just take this occasion, since the day is coming up real soon, to say I love you all. Thank you for the sharing of your words, and thank you for your being, because your blessings and the earth is in a bad way for lack of blessings, and so remember, when you write and when you speak your words, that you are blessing life and the world. So bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. Thank you so much. Yes. Blessings to you as well. Yeah, I teach in Peralta Community College, and I remember when I was adjunct at Laney College, learning about the good news, and and Adam invited me to contribute, or Raphael as well, and I didn't get it together. But my students got published. So I was like, they were representing, so that was cool. Yeah. So another person from that, academic connection and others is Judy Juanita, who wants to share some memories of her friend, AD.
Hi there. I just want to say that thank you to Elise for your life and for being there. You did an incredible job, and I appreciate that. I met Adam when I first came to Laney to teach, and Adam said something to me. As a writer, he was always very forthcoming, but he said, send your work out, send it out. It doesn't matter if it's a small publication or a medium one or a prestigious one, doesn't matter. Send your work out continuously, because the more you send out, the more wells up from within you. So I respected him tremendously, not the least of which reason I respected him was because he rode his bicycle to work every day from Berkeley to downtown Oakland, which I thought took a lot of nerve, a lot of courage. So I think if those of us who read his memoir, the first one and the second one, know that he had a lot of courage to bust out of the circumstances into which he was born. And I really respect that tremendously. So I followed his advice, and then decades later, when my novel was published, Adam was there at my book launch, and he got up, and I introduced him by saying what he had told me, when I first came to Laney. And then Adam said, I have to interrupt you. He said, because I forgot to tell you the second part of that piece of advice, and everyone in the room was like, what, including myself. And he said, keep sending out. And when your work reaches critical mass, you will have recognition, and it was true what he said. And I can only think and say, I'm so glad I didn't hear the second part of that when I heard the first part, because then I would have been waiting for critical mass, recognition. And instead I just kept sending out, and I thought I was just going to be sending out forever, so really, really grateful for his presence in my life, in my community at Laney, in the Berkeley community. Just really so much appreciation. Because I'm a part of that community, then I was able to recently come out with this book called Manhattan My Ass, You're in Oakland. Okay, it's my first collection of poetry. But there's a poem, and I'm just going to read. I don't think I have time to read all of, maybe, but I don't think so. But the important part about this poem, which is the lead poem in the book, and it's called "Note to My Younger Self," is that Ishmael and Tennessee Reed's Conch magazine published it last year. Because of the subject matter, I sent it out. I don't think it was going to get published anywhere else. So it's because of this center of poetry, center of writing, this center of concern for Black life and for the hardships of Black life and the struggles, you know, the many lifetimes that we each have to live when we're Black, living this double consciousness. You know, we live so many lifetimes all at once. And this group, which included and includes Adam David Miller, Al Young, Ishmael Reed, etc. Okay? This group has made it possible for many of us to, in fact, grow and get published and continue to write. So, note to my younger self, I'll try to read it fast. Dick, don't do friendship, Missy. Dick isn't a friend. Dick doesn't console. Dick is a missile, long range, short range. Remember, thanks, sweetie. Missile sits in a silo in a weapons launcher. It carries a payload. Dick is not your bosom buddy. Dick is a warmongerer. Dick is a missile, one that rapes and pillages. Remember, Dick is not even a friend to its owner. Dick ain't about loyalty or comforting you. Dick doesn't give a lick about peaceful coexistence. Dick leaves bodies strewn over fields, bloodied legs, open skulls, glazed eyes. Dick rapes women, children, men in front of women, children, and men. It's called purview. Dick doesn't make babies. It doesn't even make sperm. Dick shoots sperm. Thanks, sweetie. Did Dick take your prenatal vitamins? Did Dick's ankles swell in the last month? Is Dick walking around with stretch marks? Dick is a surface-to-surface missile waiting for General Big Bubba Tubba to give it the go. Dick aims to cover the distance between your lady parts and your beating heart. Here's what happens when missile hits target. Explosion. Not a pretty sight. Dick is to friendship as Putin is to Trump. Dick being the operative word. Dick made this country, and don't you forget it. Dick on a stick, otherwise known as gun, killed the buffaloes in a bid to extinguish the Indians. Dick enslaved the Africans. Dick ain't nobody's friend. And here you thought Dick was a night out, a few drinks and a friendly fuck. Not so. Every conquest Dick makes is a giant step for mankind, and that's a misnomer. Dick doesn't do kind. Dick does war. Dick wants the Middle East now. Dick is about override, Dickocracy, Dick attitude, Dick atrocity. Dick wants women in veils and out of cars. If women who think they're free really saw Dick ravishing choir boys in supine splendor, pushing grieving widows onto their husbands' funeral pyres, we would abhor every single acquiescence the world over, and Dick would die on the spot. Shrivel smaller than Harvey Weinstein's mogul Dick. Die, Dick, die, die. Even the proxy dildo Dick, die. Silence, quell, stop. Dick, stop it. Don't get pious about Donald Trump. He's one dick in a billion. Women of the world, unite. Lysistrata is a postmodern revolution. Lysistrata is a dick destroyer. Lysistrata is universal antidote. Let's make Lysistrata a verb, the way OJ became a verb. He OJ'd her. She Lysistrata Dick with the weapon at her disposal. Reverse the tactic, like the pitiable girl in Schindler's List calling out, "Goodbye, Jew! Goodbye, Jew!" A worst example of learned hatred. Instead, we take that spleen and call Dick out. "Goodbye, Dick. Goodbye, hard, violent Dick. Goodbye, you son of a Dick." We should all be so disgusted by this perversity that we boycott the Academy Awards and the Golden Globes as the pimps and hoes conventions. They are orchestrated by clones of the ones who acquitted Trump. We should stop their obscene sexual congress. Dick to dick to dick to dick to dick to dick. Stop watching the nubile bodies they peed and shat upon. We should be so horrified that we can't bear the sight of Dick, the hypocrisy of the lot of them, the ones who knew, the ones who looked the other way. Dick is not your friend, sweetie. Dick doesn't need your nectar. Dick craves aspiration, yours, uses it until it asphyxiates on it. Love alone conquers this hardness deep in the heart where dickless, soft, alive, and responsive to ourselves. We can shape a world without missiles, drones, assault rifles, towering, penile-shaped skyscrapers waiting to be penetrated by foreign objects. This truth is yours in abundance, my dear. It can make Dick dust. There we go.
Oh, wow. You can make this Dick dust. Wow. Wow.
Thanks to Ishmael and Tennessee. They published it.
Yeah, I'm all for making Lysistrata a verb. That would be really cool. I like that. I remember teaching Lysistrata one spring semester. Now we're gonna invite Deborah Major to join us.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Deborah.
And thank everyone for their words so far and the words to come. I'm going to just do two poems because there's so many wonderful voices. The first is a short one I wrote for AD, for Adam David Miller. Quiet his smile peeking out like blossoms in a tall grassy meadow, a poem tucked under his tongue and sparkles in the corners of his eyes, formal but never stiff, soft-spoken but never muffled. Adam David Miller, gentleman, poet, and spirit of faith, peace, resilience, and love. And this second, in terms of the greater family, I thought I would do this one and honoring the ancestors that we hold inside. Creation paradox. We hold the great-great-grandparents of our ancestors' grandparents in our bloodstreams, in our stomachs, in our hearts. Thousands of years rest inside our souls. In those years lives the record of our beginning. It is the sweetest marrow in our spine, the cleanest shine in our eyes, the open side of our laughter. You can read it in the lines on the soles of our feet. When we retell the stories of where we came back, we draw back tree branches to find hidden fruits which we savor, pointed thorns which make us bleed, the yesterdays that led to here, the here that leads to tomorrow. When we go back to the beginning, we find the stars. In the beginning, there was a time, we all say, when we were not. After that time, we became, we were created, we were molded, we were spat out, we were sung into until we learned how to make, what to form, where to spit, why to sing. But once, long ago, in the beginning, there was only one. And from that one, others were born, and out of those many came us. That is the story we all tell. But before that beginning, before the in the beginning, when we were born, there must have been another beginning. Before the spider crafting web, laying 16 eggs, before the mountain birthing lovers, birthing children, before sky settling low to mate with earth, before light, before darkness, before breath even. There must have been another beginning, a beginning that lives in a place we call unknowable, yet it is braided into our genealogies, and it is said that it is in this beginning, the beginning before our beginning. It is there that you must go if you want to find the faces of God. Thousands of years, thousands and thousands of years rest inside our souls. Thank you.
Thank you, Devorah. That was beautiful. Now we'd like to invite James Cagney, followed by Andre Lamont Wilson.
First, to offer all my love to all of the poets and writers out there today at this event, and much honor and reverence to both Adam David Miller and QR Hand. Yeah. I wanted to offer two very quick poems. They are kind of like archives of memory. The first one is dedicated to my aunt, Rosemary, who became an ancestor herself, November of 2019. And this poem is really an archive of memory. It's the quality of summers that I remembered from the 70s and 80s. This is called In My Memory Palace. Honeyed fingers smudge a mustache of cream butter off the puckered mouth of a child. Summer's sterile nails lance adolescent blackheads between jigsaw slices of the Last Supper, planted deeper than potatoes in the dining room table. I remember being stretched taut as an apron across your lap, submitting to your tenderness, your thermometer touch, meals manifested, sleight of hand, snap of flour, pies prestidigitized, hips swing the bump during Curtis Mayfield's Saturday service on Soul Train. Time has dissolved so many rituals, no matter how sacred. Where are the extinct gestures of prayer oil, being touched by God in a service of voices, chosen, really? The great pandemic, followed by a depression of touch. Ancestors must pity our dwindling supply of blessings. In my crumbling chapel, I pray to you, all your healing laughter, lips sutured with sugar. Your freedom now to caress every living thing like sunlight, as I remain here, my mouth stifled, separated, standing 6 feet deep without you. And really quickly, this is called My Body is a Litany. I am hostage to ancestry, forgotten familiarity woven into my DNA. There's a lineage of nitroglycerin adorned in my blood, my skin a mirror forged from sand smuggled through across time. There's a perpetual calendar outcropped down my spine, its ignited marrow sizzling. I am a bone clock of 10,000 hands dap pounding through a championship of former seasons. My body chimes the names. Its blood river of capillaries murmur the syllables. I am tattooed with the family Bible, tongue and all. A litany of names, each one an ember burning the skin it touches. All ghosts dressed in flames belong to me. I am their wildfire of voices singing. Thank you very, very much.
That's beautiful. Thank you, James. And James Cagney is a veteran of the Poetry Celebration, as is Andre. They James hasn't been with us in a while, and Andre has been a consecutive person. I don't know how many years, Andre, have you
I don't
been?
know, probably about like 8,
Yeah.
9 years now. Only missed 1 year when I started. Well, thank you, James, for your powerful poem, and thank you, Wanda, for hosting this and keeping it going when I was fearful that we would not be able to do this this year. I'm going to share two pieces about my mother. She grew up in the Jim Crow South, and she used to recount stories of lynchings. And it was only recently with the murder of George Floyd that I started going through my mother's diaries and records and my own diaries for her lynching stories. And my mother also believed in dreams as a means of connecting with her ancestors and also as a means of predicting the future. So I'm going to share two pieces that were published recently in Quiet Lightnings, Sparkle, and Blink. Brer Terrapin. My mother left Texas in its lynching trees as soon as she graduated from high school in 1954. She returned to California where her family had worked the shipyards during World War II. She married, had 2 kids, and divorced. According to my elder brother, Terry, she called her mother back in Texas and asked, "Mama, can I come home and live with you?" Mama spoke into the phone. You're raising 2 black boys who've always lived in the city. One boy is fast like Brer Rabbit. The other boy is slow like Brer Terrapin and doesn't have the right temperament to live in the South. You bring him down here, and he's bound to say or do something that will get himself lynched. At the time of their conversation, several years had passed since Emmett Till, a black boy from Chicago, had been lynched when he visited relatives in Mississippi for supposedly whistling at a white woman. My mother decided to stay and remarry in California, where I became her next son born in the state where lynchings supposedly didn't occur. However, with each killing of an unarmed African American, I feel a growing awareness that what happened to blacks in the Jim Crow South could happen to me today, anywhere in America. Whenever I go on walks in an Oakland suburb and see a barren tree overlooking the marsh, I imagine myself hanging from it and hurry home before it's dark. Thank you. Our next piece is titled Apparition of Dreams. Mom, you never dreamed I would read your diaries after your death, but I find more comfort in your dreams than in the reality I'm living now in a time of a pandemic. If given a choice between watching the nightly news with this epidemic of bad news or reading your dream diaries, I choose to be Little Nemo in Slumberland, Alice in your Wonderland, Midsummer in your night's dream. October 28th, the day the jazz trumpeter Miles Davis died. You dreamed he was high up, wore a purple cape, and thanked you for your prayers. On February 10th, the day the Roots author Alex Haley died, you dreamed he gave you a big turkey ring and sliced you a lean ham, eliminating the fat. On one date, whose location I can't find again in 1,000 pages of your diaries, you dreamed of Maya Angelou. That's all you wrote. Dreamed of Maya Angelou. And on December 9th, you gave me a copy of I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. I hugged you, But on February 28th, when you saw her perform in person, you were disappointed. On June 22nd, you dreamed you rode a bus with Marlon Brando. I'm thinking, really, Mom? Which Brando? Hey, Stella! Or, I'm gonna make him an offer. He can't refuse. Did you speak to him? What did he say? Just as I imagined you chatting with Brando on a bus through LA, I read the end of your diary entry. Also riding your bus was Lionel Richie of the Commodores. I'm thinking, really, Mom? What the hell is Lionel Richie doing on a bus with you and Brando? Lionel sang in a little higher voice all the way home. You underlined a poem your son wrote. What? What happened to Brando? What does your dream mean other than the world's greatest actor served as witness to your son's poem sung by the world's greatest composer? But I find your dream wonderful for your imagination and ambition. Sometimes, Mom, your nightmares resemble the nightmare I'm living. On November 11th, you dreamed of eggs bobbing in blood. Not good, you said. On December 10th, you dreamed of a man lying in the road. You went to help him. He motioned you to place your hand on his side. You refused. His side opened and pus flowed. You awoke, your heart beating fast. On December 26th, you dreamed you were in a funeral home. When the hearse arrived, you saw a man dead lying inside. On January the 20th, you dreamed the devil delivered a bronze-colored casket to your door. Sometimes, Mom, I wonder if, upon your death, as you knelt and prayed on a dirty carpet before your bed, and your heart spasmed until it stopped, you realized the dream you dreamed on January 10th. You walked down a dark street. Yellow neon lights blinked and drew you like a polyphemus moth to a porch light. You came upon a motion picture show starring Cab Calloway. Resplendent in a white zoot suit, he sat on a throne like the king of Sweden. His wide-brimmed fedora formed a halo around his head. A spotlight shone on him. He stood from his throne and walked through the black and white picture screen and into the movie theater in full color. His gold-plated chain dangled as he jazzed his way down the steps in front of the screen, scattered and jibbed as he sang, "Howdy, howdy, hi." He sassed his way up the theater aisle. When he reached you, he did a split, rose, and offered you his hand. You took it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Gerald, are you still here? We need to
Yeah.
move you up.
Yes, I am.
All right, excellent.
Thank you, Wanda.
No problem. You knew
There's-
both men.
So let me just first thank Wanda for getting me here today. I appreciate it, Wanda. And I just want to appreciate all of the poets that are here today. It's just been very exciting to hear your poetry and very enriching. I knew both QR and AD, and their passing took me back to the early 90s when I used to host for a few years in a row, host in my backyard, a poetry reading called Poets Against War and Racism. And both of them were poets that were featured then, and their words and their spirit really sticks with me today. And just want to thank Lucille for reading that poem, Apocalypse is My Garden. That's one of my favorite poems by AD. I want to read first a poem in tribute to both AD and QR that's in a poetry book, my first collection of poets called Amanla, Poems of Love and Struggle. This poet is called Poet Warriors, and I consider AD and QR both poet warriors. Poet warriors, our words become weapons on the battlefield of ideas in the struggle for human emancipation from inhumane exploitation. Poet warriors, our words like bullets shattered in the monopoly of bourgeois ideology. Our words like mirrors reflect universal proletarian experiences of oppression, of racism, of war. We reveal in verse, in carefully sculpted sentences, the biting irony of class contradictions, the clash of classes in dialectical opposition, the steel determination of the millions to overcome the tyranny of the few. Poet warriors, we seek to clarify the common enemy, those few who exploit us all in the name of private property. We strive for cultural expression in the face of cultural oppression. We struggle to express, to shape the sentiments, the aspirations, the convictions, the motion of the masses of humanity. We speak for the speechless whose unheard cries echo through hollowed halls. Our voices combine in a chorus of condemnation. The songs we sing are of freedom and self-determination. Poet warriors, we make our contributions in words, and words become deeds as we take our place alongside our brothers and sisters who daily toil and struggle. From freedom riders to freedom fighters, we seek to inspire the resistance of the masses that springs eternally until the parched throats of our thirsty babies are forever quenched, until the loaves of bread are abundant for all, until the fruits of our labors return to us. Poet warriors, we pierce the hardened hearts of a vicious vampire class which sucks the blood, the very lifeline from our sinewy veins, which snatches from us even the paltry crumbs that fall from their feast and condemns us to a lifetime fate of famine. Poet warriors, in the war of words, in the battle for the hearts and minds of the masses, our poems become an arsenal to explode the myths of white supremacy, of permanent imperialism, to destroy the conceptions, the conclusions, the concoctions of mass media, to detonate the tick-tick-tock ticking time bomb of mass resistance. Poet warriors, we rise with the people to every occasion which unmasks, uncovers, reveals our predicament. The lines we write, the historical procession of our words, parade the naked, untold truth, and strip away the bald-faced lies of Wall Street bankers and idle entrepreneurs. Poet warriors, with the stroke of a pen, we make our contribution to history. We articulate verses of unbridled visions, of freedom, of justice, of equality, of revolution. So the second poem I want to read comes from my second collection of poems. It's called United States of Struggle, Police Murder in America. And most of the poems in this collection I wrote after the death of Mr. Floyd in Minneapolis. The poem I selected, I want to dedicate to the family of Oscar Grant, who was murdered by BART police, and dedicated to his family who are now demanding that the second officer who was involved in Oscar's murder be brought to trial. And so I want to lift up that family. This poem is called Ode to Oscar. For writing BART while being Black, Oscar Grant got a bullet in his back, dead on the platform of the Fruitvale station, going home from a New Year's Eve celebration. Thrown against the wall, kneed in the back, the cops were aggressively on the attack. Handcuffed and lying prone on the ground, Oscar's life was taken with witnesses around. 21 years old with a baby girl, another Black father taken from this world. Oscar had a family and a life to live. He was a human being with love to give. Oaktown responded with marches and protests. Grassroots folks were sick and tired of this mess. Oscar's killer was convicted. His sentence was light, so the struggle continues. It's a long-term fight. Racist cops and injustice are facts of life. America is the land of division and strife. Oscar is gone too soon, buried and blessed. But we who believe in freedom cannot rest. Finally, my son Jamana is going to join me because I wrote a poem to him in 2000 called Visions, Queries for My Son. It was a time when I was very worried about his lifestyle choices and the overall direction of his life. And so I wrote this poem to him. And then a few years ago on my 65th birthday, he wrote a poem that answered my poem. So I'm going to read my poem and ask him to read his poem. Visions, Queries for My Son. What is your vision? What is your plan? You who is no longer a child, you who is now a young man. What do you see before you when you gaze into your future? What are the dreams you care for and nurture? What is your vision to uplift yourself in your race? What is your plan to earn your rightful place? What will you do to enrich your mind, body, and soul? What are your objectives and your ultimate goal? I give you these queries as food for your thought. I give you these questions from someone who has sought, like you, the answers at a similar stage, and who, like you, has been at that age. I give you these questions from father to son. I ask you to consider what needs to be done. I give you these questions not to answer to me, but to ponder your fate and your responsibility, not to me, but to yourself and to what you can be. So think and grow strong, and please always know that I'm here for you now and wherever you go. All my love. Next, we'll hear from Jamana. Jamana, are you there? Well, maybe he's not here. So I will read his poem, which was an answer to my poem. It's called Visions Lost and Found. And he writes to me, growing up as a young man, I didn't have a positive vision. I was corrupted by the world, which poisoned the way I was living. I saw no future and I had no plan. I followed no rules and I had no patience. My dreams were full of schemes of living beyond my means and satisfying my thirst for instant gratification. So I did understand, but couldn't fully comprehend all of your queries. You foresaw the path where I was headed, which only added to your worries. But I am here to tell you the knowledge and spirit which you instilled in me from a young age, laying dormant for all those years, awaiting the moment to be uncaged. I know now the method which I can help uplift my race, and every day I'm working hard to earn my rightful place. Every day I'm working to heal my mind, body, and soul, and every day I'm working to reach my ultimate goal. So I'm writing to you this to express the love from a son to a dad and vice versa, because you were always there for me through the good times and bad. All my love. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. So our next poet is Leonard Moore. Bernard, are you still with us? Okay. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for inviting me. I'm honored to be here, part of this program. I met AD back in 1994, Furious Flower Conference. Here's my poem. Another Black Man for Adam David Miller, 1922-2020. Another black man walked into the light like words sought the music scale. At 19, your note to a white girl jetted you to jail faster than airmail. Just a ticket to exile. It does matter that fall rising unraveled your naval officer time. Difficulty to garner employment time. Still anchored in South Carolina, your poems docked in Berkeley. I didn't even know your life traveled beyond anyone's eye range, anyone's earshot, anyone's brain waves. I never footstepped in Berkeley where you trigger fired poems, unlock truths like a locksmith, memoir style, weighted words whistling. I learned California metaphors when living a half year in San Diego, when I heard one say, could make a living poeming in Berkeley, poeming in Berkeley. Yeah, I wanted to migrate there, wanted to migrate right there, but never did. So young with only my notes, turning trolleys, trucks, taxis, cars, buses, buildings, blocks, always into pockets of poems. Who would believe that faith led us to meet more than a quarter century ago at the Furious Flower Conference? Dices of black brooms clattering down the campus sidewalk. It was a forever afternoon, and your namesake book punctuating the day. A griot sharpening words against Harley's staring air. Our black selves among other black selves. We talked poems, word riff, because sky is a page, still humming, yeah, still humming like a power line. And I remember you and recall your vision, your story, and I will keep reading your poems, and I will know Berkeley, its language, its current, its poets. Thank you.
Wow, Leonard, that's so beautiful. And tell our audience where you're seated right now. What you're not right here in the Bay.
Oh no, I've been on Zoom since this morning. We had a workshop, so it's 6 p.m. here. A lot of hours. So thanks for having me. I'm gonna sign off. I'm on the East Coast here, from Raleighwood or Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Honored to be here and be part of this. Joyce Jenkins, I've read your publication, Poetry Flash, decades ago. I used to always read it and appreciate it. And many of you, I appreciate your poetry. Devora Major and I go way back decades ago, Cave Cannon. So good to see all of you. Devora, James Cagney, I know you are Cave Cannon too. Hello there, my brother, and everybody else. Kim McMillan, I appreciate all of you, okay? Keep doing your poeming. So peace out.
Peace. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All righty, Kim, he called your name. Come on, Kim McMillan.
Oh, well, oh, she's next. So I'll wait before I sign off now.
Well, thank you, Leonard.
Oh, you're welcome. I want to hear you.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say that I knew both Adam David Miller and QR, but Adam David a bit better because he would read at a lot of my events, and he had such an open heart. And when he first read Just Keep Sending Out Love, I thought it was absolutely divine, and knew he must have been a very old soul to have written that poem. So I wrote this poem for Adam David Miller. He walked with the ancestors. There is a look that says, there are words behind my eyes. They are the visions that I carry from lifetime to lifetime. If we meet on the road and you are of my heart, you will see that I am the carrier of visions. I am the lightning that touches the road. I am the walking stick that travels before you, greeting friends, greeting ancestors, greeting those unknown beings that provide me with the light, with the sustenance of words, with the healing of sound, with the soul comfort that I take in this world and the next. I travel light. I travel in light. Beyond my borders, with this body, I have searched so long for that soul feeling that I came to realize was within me, no matter how fleeting. And yet I searched, I wandered, I covered land as green and rich as the pictures in my mind. I glided through water rich in stories, colored white gold, blue green, and clear light. By the souls in those waters, carrying lifetimes, until Mother Earth says, it is your time. It is your day to shine in heaven as in earth. So shine. Thank you.
Wow, it's so lovely, Kim. It's like air. It's really beautiful.
Thank
Really beautiful.
Adam David was really beautiful.
Mhm.
There's Leonard. Thank you for putting this on, Wanda. It's really a joy to be here and to hear such incredibly beautiful poets and to hear the kindness that's in everyone's voice. It's just beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So for all of us who have friends that were trying to see this, something happened with the Facebook Live. I don't know what I clicked. So so you have to share the video with them because
Thank you, Wanda.
Sure, Leonard. Thank you so much.
See you guys later. Take care.
You too.
You know, 7 hours up here is a long time.
Yeah. I really love the poetry walk that's I believe is it on Addison or Alston? Joyce, you need to unmute.
It's on Addison.
Addison, yeah. I just and I think Adam David was a part of the Arts Council for Berkeley, City of Berkeley, right? And it's so cool, like you could follow that street down to his house almost. So it's like, like it was like he was paving the Golden Road or the Yellow Brick Road with poetry, coming and going. It's really marvelous to be able to like step into poetry or look down and see poetry. And so now we have Raymond Nat Turner join us, and he knew both men, and so he's gonna talk about his his relationship with Adam David, and then he's gonna come back and share something he wrote for QR Hand in the second part.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So
much has been said about Adam David Miller, and I think we could spend an evening talking about him. Suffice it is to say that recently we just celebrated him on our 4th episode of an intimate evening of the Town Crier, which is a monthly thing we're doing over Zoom. And in 2007, we had the privilege and honor of presenting him with an award at the Bay Area Jazz Poetry Festival at Berkeley's Hillside Club. The following year, we presented an award to Al Young in 2008. And the both of them, Al was not able to come that year in 2008, but we got them both together at Saul's and had a real wonderful lunch with them. Now, I have an interesting connection with Adam David Miller, which is that I went many years thinking that he didn't especially like me, or that he perhaps paid me little or no attention, or whatever the case was, which, you know, that was fine. But, you know, as a younger artist, I think, particularly as an African-American man, one is always seeking mentorship and guidance from the elders, or as they would say in LA on the streets where I lived, OGs. And so an interesting thing happened during, I guess it was maybe at the turn of the century. I received a small envelope and I was like, where is this from? And then I looked on the back and it said, "Keep sending love." And I opened it and there was a check in there for $50. Then later on, I received another one further down the line. And, you know, I think I had found the mentor that I was seeking, and perhaps I didn't even know it. And then at one point I received a couple $100 from him. And those are votes of confidence, really, to me. That's the way I look at that. And fast forwarding, you know, visiting him at his home, I thought of him as a mentor. And I always thought of him as an owl, you know, because he didn't say a lot. He reminded me of an elder in Ghana. And he didn't say much. And even sometimes he would contact me about my work and he would say, "Oh, I heard something." That's what he would say, "I heard something." And so that meant, you know, look at that and examine that and, you know, tune that up, or whatever the case was. And so, you know, it was a really incredible relationship, but it was minimalist. That was his style, his approach. And I feel so blessed and honored to have just had that little space with him, you know. And so I think I'll leave it at that. As I say, you know, we did have that honor of presenting him with an award, you know, giving him his flowers in 2007, and also having him as part of the Bay Area Jazz Poetry Festival with his longtime collaborator, cellist Gail Alcott. So in any case, that's what I had to say about AD, as he later called himself. We over here in this camp, we refer to him as ADM, you know. But anyway, I have a piece I like to read. It's called "This is quintessential Raymond here. It's capitalism, baby. Gravediggers feed hungry, Heart Island trenches, plain pine boxes, stacked 3 high. They rest side by side in solidarity. For now, they share island real estate with AIDS and 1918 flu fallen. New York is not new to this. Ask African burial ground ancestors. It's capitalism, baby. 799 died today, tasered with temperatures of 103.5 and shortness of breath. A bus driver, track worker, and a couple of conductors I know on site and speak to came down with chills. They've breathed welding manganese, steel dust, and diesel fumes, decades for New Yorkers, yet they couldn't be tested. It's capitalism, baby. What if they'd whispered 3 little words, pleaded 12 times instead of 11, like Eric Garner, as the long, white, tatted arm of law crushed their windpipe, crushed his windpipe? What if they pleaded, I can't breathe, 12 or even 13 times? Would they have been tested, treated, and alive today? That's not MTA's concern. Bottom line, liability, lawsuits are. It's capitalism, baby. Nurses slash garbage bags, open, using them as PPE. Docs reuse gloves and mask multiple patients in the world's richest country. It's capitalism, baby. Hand sanitizer was $15 a bottle yesterday, $50 today, if you can find it. Ventilators were $25,000 yesterday, $45,000 today, and climbing. It's capitalism, baby. If water is life, hand washing is a lifesaver. Unelected emergency management cut Detroit water off and poisoned penny-wise Flint. Oh, please, it's capitalism, baby. San Francisco hotels sit empty, the unhoused shelter in place below freeways, in overcrowded shelters and on cold convention center floors. Oh, well, it's capitalism, baby. Parasites self-isolate on swanky yachts, toasting tax breaks, looting labor's fruits, sucking up shares, senators, Congress members, and blood. Leeches storm the Hamptons, hoarding greedily, buying meat, frozen foods, filling extra mansion freezers, while working class shoppers tussle over toilet tissue or stand their ground in long lines buying guns. It's capitalism, baby. Cars sob in food bank lines stamped insufficient funds a mile long, while farmers plow perfect cabbage heads and green beans back into black soil, and Ivory River swell from dairy farmers dumping millions of gallons of milk in manure pits, and chicken processors smash 750,000 eggs a week for profit omelet, obscene food fight. It's capitalism, baby. Return to normal? That Titanic sailed months ago. It does seem, however, that it left ashore capitalism's grave diggers.
Was that it, Raymond? Thank you so much.
As the late Perry Thomas would say, punto.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I met QR Hand at one of Gerald's Sunday afternoon poetry salons, and yeah, yeah. And Perry Thomas would be there a lot, and Avacha too, and that's punto. Yeah, that's all she said, right? So our next poet, and I want to thank everyone for hanging in there. We kind of do like marathons, right? And so hopefully you've got your food, you got your hot drink, and you just like kick back. Maybe you're out in the outside catching some of the sunshine because it's a beautiful day here in the Bay Area. Oakland, Alameda, that area of town. I don't know what it's like in other places, but it's really, the weather's nice. Nice day to sit with your computer outside and listen to poetry, recite poetry. So we have Makita S.C. Hooper Mayfield. She's joining us from Texas. You still here, Makita?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Now we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Wanda, for being the keeper of the culture. Always, I appreciate you inviting me to join what seems like some poetry royalty. I want to dedicate. I have a brief poem, but I do want to dedicate it to the men, women, and children who were not, Black men, women, and children who were not allowed to read or write for generations, and especially to the women who poured their poetry into hair braids and food and quilts and tears and all the things they did with their words that they couldn't read or write. I consider them ancestors and angels, and I believe that they watch over us now. And so this is for them. Don't sleep with angels. They're not made to lay upon or to have and to hold. They do not belong to the transitory flesh. They are not designed to stay. They make love to the moment forever. They are not black or red or yellow or white. They are a rainbow of hope and truth and love. They belong to motherless children and souls that trudge the valley of the shadow of death alone. They do drive-bys for Black men and women whose children's blood paint bullets in city streets crimson. At night, they roll with the young girls who look for sustenance in bars, bottles, godless churches, and broken men. They make soul food appear in spaces where mama's kitchen is bare. And they lay next to orphan children in internment camps in the land of the free. They hover over the dirt where our people once knew that this land was God, and they thanked the trees before they ate fruit. They show up as silent witnesses to lynchings, legal executions, and the physical, mental, spiritual rape of a whole people. They catch the tears of the brokenhearted and the betrayed. Their invisible wings make beats that fan the fires of life and bring messages of joy, hope, and sometimes doom. They trespass and loiter and conjure miracles in unexpected spots and places. They stand in the gap for mute gods who fade away with perspective and the transformation of the mind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was so beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you so much. So our next poet is Garrett Murphy. And Makita and Garrett and Raymond Nat Turner, they are veterans of this, the longest program in Oakland Public Library history. Continuous, consecutive, never missing a year. Hey, Garrett, good to see you.
Well, nice to thank you for still wanting to invite me. Yeah, I've got a couple of pieces, and one's brand new, but the other's one of my classics. The first one is called Calafia Original Californian. Regal black woman, embodiment of strength, courage, and wisdom, said to be a pagan warrior queen from the Isle of California off the coast of Asia. Name believed to be formed from Khalifa, a Arabic term for a religious state leader, and a leader she is of armies, of women, of ships, and of beasts. Heroine of the Adventures of Esplandian by Rodriguez de Montalvo, depicted in story and painted in films, and believe it or not, even at one time an attraction at Disneyland, and an appearance in the video game codenamed STEAM as a member of Abe Lincoln's Strike Force. But don't let those above two glitches diminish your respect. Calafia reigns supreme nonetheless, symbol of pre-Urban obtained, has brought her name and not a little of her force to the Baja Sur, and the most populous U.S. state, of course, all part of the family California. And this other piece is called No Racist Place Black History Month in February. You probably heard of this modern day myth. They went and put Black History Month in February, the shortest month of the year. Yes, you heard it right. A myth, that's all it is. There's a lot of things can be placed on a racist and not with all kinds of credibility to boot. But this isn't one of them. For you see, the person responsible for the month of Black History Celebrate was a Black man, Dr. Carter G. Woodson. Woodson was a historian who, seeking a means to ensure that the history of Black folk would not be lost, established a week of celebration called Negro History Week. But why, you ask, or more likely, well, if this Woodson guy was so concerned about Black pride and sense of history, did he pick Little February, the shortest month of the year? February was a month in which Dr. Woodson's foremost heroes, Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, whose importance of Black history were both without question, were born. And of course, Negro History Week became Black History Week, became Black History Month. And given the immense impact of Dr. Woodson's creations, what on earth would make anyone believe that some silly racist could invent and plant a Black History Month? A racist didn't put Black History Month in February. A racist couldn't put Black History Month in February or do much of anything bordering on the worthwhile. So don't give any racist so much of a credit. Black history is just too big in importance and magnitude for some racists to carry so much as a fraction, much less place. And besides, haven't you heard of the adage about big things coming in small packages? Okay, and that's it for me, from speaking from what I would call my invisible man's domain, and those of you familiar with Ralph Ellison's novel Invisible Man will know what I mean by that, from the invisible man's hole.
Yeah, thank you so much, Garrett. So now we'd like to invite, I forgot to mention that we have some sponsors. So Kim Macmillan as one of our sponsors for today's program, and Shauna Sherman representing the San Francisco Public Library African American Center is another one of our sponsors. And we're so happy to have Shauna with us. She always takes us back to the language of our ancestors, literally.
Thank you, Wanda. So glad to be here and happy 31st celebration. That just, just amazes me. Yes, so I've been working on a project about remaking words from runaway slave advertisements from 18th century South Carolina. And when reading those advertisements, saw that a lot of people were running to reunite with family in, wherever they were in the state, or also running with their family. And so I was reading those as trying to, get closer to my ancestors. And both these poems are in honor of the families that, that were running. So the first one is To Be Free. I'll take my children with me, carry my boy child, my girl child, twinkly-eyed children with me. The boy 18 months, the girl 5. Friday, I'll carry all. The body of them in my arms, and he my other side, my husband by my side. After the inflammation, my hair cut, wrapped in a white handkerchief bordered in red. Inside, concealed, I have a father, mother, daughter. I have sisters, I have a grandmother, and myself very big with child. I'm saying there is a family there, including 3 sons, London, Bob, and Bristol. My hair cut with the utmost severity to fit a boy and a girl in this remarkable wrap. Now a checkered handkerchief, appearing, disappearing, reappearing about town, as white, as blue, as white, as blue, in an obscuring pattern. I assume the name of Jenny, or go by my given, or after my name Kate or Katie, Georgia or Bermuda, and sometimes I settle on Hannah Bullock. I am the wife of Banaba and taste the flavor and complexion of the sea and spit, having a brother and sister seen crossing. Throw a dimity curtain over Mrs. Rebecca Singleton, over Mrs. De La Howe, and obscure the memory they entitled. For I never left my people. I am my people, mother and father, brother and sister, formerly lived and living, all in one family. Thank you.
Are those new ones?
No, they're not. They're relatively new, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't know those. We're glad when the book comes out. So now we have, now we have Amos White, who lives in the city I live in, and we know some of the same wonderful poets like Mary Rudge, and he writes haikus, which Leonard would really appreciate because he does as well. So Amos, please join us.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. And a beautiful, beautiful celebration, hearing and watching all of you. So good to see you. And in the spirit of AD and QR, honored and humbled to be here. I first met AD at Poetry Express back in like 2007 when I first got into the scene. Didn't know anything about poetry or poetry readings, and someone pointed me all the way out. I think, it was Mary Rudge, pointed me all the way out to Berkeley, and said, pick up a poetry flash and find the readings. And I did just that, and made Poetry Express my home on Monday nights over at Priya. AD read, Avata chided me, and I was welcomed by a host of folks there and some beautiful poetry. The last time I saw AD, the last time I saw him was at a dinner only just a couple of years ago that a friend's put on. But I was also honored to be at his birthday reading. And I think Priya moved over to University Avenue. It was an evening reading. I don't know the name of the place. There's a space there halfway up towards the university that one evening. And he read in the dark with a flashlight of our iPhones, reading his poem. Just so happy to be here. I'm gonna read 2 short haiku and a short poem that I have in their memory. So cool, so cool. Summer blues. This one's called Americas. Americans can thank Black folk for the blues. We marched off plantations. We marched to and on the mall. We marched 1 million that January, worldwide 5 million in all. We will call into the red states, we'll call Georgia and Congress too. We ain't long on from marching, but that's how we get them blue. His 1,000 words. He sweeps the morning cobwebs from their pallid eyes. Let loose the breath. Let me start again. Let loose like the breath chases itself, past itself. Lips gently parted. Thank you.
So what was the music we were listening to with you, with your poetry?
It's Nina Simone, 1968. In her ensemble, she did a 16-minute acoustic set.
Nice. Is that available? Can you put the link in the chat for us?
I will try to find and drop for you. Yes, I will.
Oh, super, super. Save the chat, folks. It's precious. Click on those 3 dots and follow, where it sends you. Because sometimes it doesn't record. And so I thought I've lost chats like that. So save it for yourself. So now, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ames. That was beautiful. Greg Pond, who was here. He's been here a long time, and he's going to tell us some stories and share some poetry as we close out this first part of the program. And we're kind of like running everything together, obviously. So hopefully you're taking care of yourself. You got your beverage, you got your protein, and you're just sort of kicking back and spending the day with us. We appreciate that you're doing so. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Wanda. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Skin folk. It may sound cute, and some think there's truth, when some Black people say, all my skin folk ain't my kinfolk. But I don't agree, because I don't believe we should repeat any line that requires that we deny the truth that lies deep, since most of us don't know whether our family trees may have generationally grown from the same ancestral seed. While other groups seem to get a slice of the middle, all we get at best is a little crust. So we end up fighting with each other and won't even believe or trust in the neighbor, sister, or brother that looks just like us, like our friend, like our cousin, or some other kin. And if we refuse to acknowledge the commonality of our African origin, then none of us will ever win. White folks might berate, might criticize, sometimes hate, but never deny their own. So why should we, the wearers of a darker hue, minimize or decry what we hold true? Because we'll never get anywhere if we think we can go it alone. It's much harder to get us sidetracked if we have the support of each other. So let's make sure we have the backs of our global Black sisters and brothers. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll read this short one. It's called Freedom Trek. We get pulled 2 steps back for every 3 we step ahead. We hear echoes of ancestral chains scraped across history's decks. We still feel the advance of a slave master's hands and the noose around our necks. We've seen our souls bought and sold for less than gold on the manumission to liberty trek. We've been walking north since before we were born, but we ain't got to freedom yet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. That was beautiful. Yeah, very nice. Thank you so much. All righty. So now we are in part 2, and it's almost 4 o'clock. So obviously we're not going to be finishing at 4 o'clock. So, you know, again, just relax into the moment, and we hope you can stick around because it's only going to get better and better and better. So we're going to start with David Henderson, who is a great friend of QR Hand. And he also knew Adam David Miller. He was published, I believe, in that anthology that was mentioned earlier in the program. So Mr. Henderson, please join us from New York. You're muted.
I don't think I see David. David?
Well, I see the room, but I don't see him.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. Unmute yourself, please. You're still muted.
No,
You're still muted.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
Awesome.
What do you want me to do? You have me come first?
Yeah.
You could let me know or something. Okay, I didn't know that was.
Well, I was trying to like get to it was just too many things I had to do. And so anyway,
Okay.
But you know, Gerald was gone. So, and Kim, I'm not sure if I think Kim shared, I'm not sure. So you were 3. So I just, you know.
Oh,
by
okay, I
attrition.
wasn't following it like that, but I did have to step away for a moment.
Oh, it's okay.
Well, anyway.
Don't feel rushed. Take your time.
Well, I told myself, you know, at the beginning, it was going to be, you know, what, 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So that's good. You know, Q, I'm really sorry to see him go. You know, I would see him many times in New York, and then out here. You know, he loved the San Francisco, and he got used to Vallejo. But in San Francisco, you know, he liked living in these interesting places. What's the one called Cow Patch or something? And he lived in the downtown, in the Tenderloin, in the Mission, where actually I met a bodyguard of the Mexican, what is his name? The grape picker guy. I'm the union guy. Anyway, I was very impressed to meet this woman who was a bodyguard for a man, and she never had a beef. You know, that was great. Anyway, I have here a black fire that I got in person from well, you know, we did it first with Amiri. This was 1968. It came out with Larry Neal and Amiri doing the editing, you know, and then the father of the fellow who wrote the book about talking to his 14-year-old son. What's his name? You don't know who I'm talking about, don't you?
His name is Ta-Nehisi Coates.
I can never say that first name, but yeah. Well, his father's Paul is a publisher, and he of Black Classic Press, and he republished Black Fire. I think it's an excellent edition, and and of course Q is in here, and I believe that Q was 37 when this came out in 68. So I think that he was probably in his late 20s, because he wasn't, I don't think he had made 30 yet. And what I'm going to read from Blackfire is his what Q said about himself in the biography. And we did a reading over in the library in somewhere in San Francisco, and I read the poem that he published, which is it's two poems. One is very long, and it's kind of about how he was conceiving things and stuff. And I thought it was very interesting because Q was kind of setting up. I could see in that poem and in his bio here what he realized, in his life. And I guess one of the things was leaving New York and coming out to San Francisco. But we did have a reunion on Zoom of people from the Northern Student Movement, of which Q was a member. And that photo of Q with Malcolm X in the background was from one of their events in Harlem at that time in the 60s. We still had Adam Clayton Powell as the leader, the boss, the person from the House of Representatives, who was a great leader as a child, what do they call it? A latchkey kid. There's a lot of us, and we wouldn't have been able to do okay if it wasn't for all of the people in the street, and especially the mothers in the windows looking out, the grandmothers and the brothers on the corner making sure that they knew what was happening in the block. And so we had great childhoods, had wonderful adventures as children in Harlem when Adam Clayton Powell was was running it. Anyway, this is what Q had to say about that atmosphere, which of course was the 60s. And this is, when he was born in 1937, it says here, Q our hand. I believe poetry should produce behavioral change and is an active participatory two-way process. Poetry must also, at this point in time, space, history, help clarify humanizing values and turn people on to the fact that they have within themselves the power to change, if necessary, destroy the present national political economic system. And to engage oneself in this process of change is necessarily humanizing, especially for Black Americans. And Q, he really, lived this. Now, also very interesting in Blackfire is oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm segueing, moving over to this book that I'm gonna read a poem from called "Who's Really Blues," and in the beginning he talks about it's a biography of him, and he's thanking people who are responsible for the book, the longest one I've ever seen, and the most interesting one in so many ways. But he talked about the social work center he worked for out in the Mission, which was very important to him. I remember when he was working there, he was a very dedicated worker, and he would had a schedule and stuff, and he did that, and of course, one of the reasons how I got to know he was a social worker is because we were doing a documentary on Bob Kaufman, which came out, the poet, on KPFA in Berkeley, and we put it over on the satellite and got it, over vast distances in the U.S. and some Canada and other places in the world through the satellite. And one thing I was interested in was to see how the satellite was sending it because I didn't know, and we had to go to KQED in San Francisco from Berkeley to send it up, and they were using videotape. I thought that was amazing, but we got that out. But there was a part of Bob Kaufman's life when he wasn't talking, and no one knew why, and it was, he had the mystique of you know, a vow of silence, but this was something else. And as Q discovered, being a good social worker, was that Bob Kaufman couldn't see because his glasses, he didn't have glasses. He needed glasses, he didn't have glasses. He couldn't hear because he needed a hearing aid. He didn't have any teeth, so he couldn't eat very well either. And so QR helped Bob Kaufman solve these problems. And we were able to, he kind of came back into the situation and was a real big important charge to the youth, the young poets of North Beach and the Mission District where Kaufman was living. And QR was a big part of Bob Kaufman coming back to life, so to speak, and publishing Ancient Rain. And in the documentary, we had Roscoe Brown read the poetry. The actor Roscoe, who was killed John Wayne in the movie, one of his late roles. But anyway, that Ancient Rain, the poems of the Ancient Rain was also in this film by the brother Woodbury out of Cal Arts. Was a film it has a long title, and it talks about the death in there. There's some death quote in there, but it's a long title, and it's a wonderful movie. It's really amazing, and so I would recommend that film. And I don't know, I'm going over business, but we were able to get Roscoe to read Bob Kaufman's Ancient Rain because he couldn't read it because by that time his speech was somewhat distorted. So it's Kaufman's earlier work that we got, but QR was such so important to the culture, to the poets and to people who needed help in North Beach and in San Francisco at the time. He was great. And so anyway, okay, now this is the story about Kaufman. I mean, about QR. I knew him in New York, and he played a lot of basketball. And of course, he lived in the Upper West Side, so he played up there closer to Harlem. And he really loved the game. And I'm not a basketball player myself. I'm more baseball, but I played with QR in those games, and they had this court they played in that was very narrow. In fact, it was so narrow, a basketball court, that the foul lines were 2 concrete walls. So I would kid him about it. I said, well, have not seen that before, where you're out of bounds if you hit the wall, right? But anyway, that's how devoted they were to basketball. And they were playing the New York style, which is very aggressive, and you could see that Q had this speed and he was accurate and he could guard anybody, and he was fast, and he was a good player. He was, if I had been a better player myself, which I was not a great player, I probably would have been able to get more into it of how great he was. But since I was not I only actually played because Q was so so inspiring in that regard. And there were others who played the sport, and I don't know when he got out here exactly, but he didn't want to leave when he did get here, and he did take the train maybe once or twice back east, but he kind of stayed here. And so now I'm going to read a poem of his, and I think this is a poem. Well, I don't know where he wrote this poem, but it's called Our Hemisphere, and I think he's really talking about some stuff that's been happening, that's kind of happening now, actually. You know, it's called Our Hemisphere. Afro, Carib, Latin, hillbillies, Semitic, Hamitic, semi-Dravidian natives who might have come from India and show enough be in the Indies here. Those carrying glyphics to the New World, whose old dwellers take to the hills still and teach us to worship there. Black and brown and golden and peach pink urban populist and left-winged anarchist universal versal, color-coded, God-headed, new world peoples of every shade there is, and we're making more every day. A class containing classes, the X's and Y's of manifesting humanities, becoming, the music of the world, the containing all, excluding none. Let the Klan and the Nazis go back. We home here now. And Q really believes he believed in himself. He was great. So now I'm just going to read a poem. I know, you know, he talked about, well, it's on the screen here. Forgive me. Anyway, this is called Brother Eric Garner, another DOA before justice. Another DOA before justice. On his way to the grocery store, Eric Garner had no loose cigarettes to sell to those who lacked the funds to invest in a $13 pack of smokes. But even though Garner, a big black affable guy, had just saved the idle posse of plainclothes cops the trouble of breaking up a fight, those same cops decided on the spot to arrest him anyway on some obscure aspect of their mission to interdict the sale of intact cigarettes to indigent tobacco addicts. Guilt or no guilt, Eric Garner would fulfill the Staten Island cop quota in or out of the moment. Garner was known to those local cops and they were known to Garner. Here they go again. His denial did not prevent his arrest for a man going to the store for his wife and kids, a family man of love and peace, overweight, diabetic, with heart troubles, and another due process. Garner balks and then just as quickly agrees to cooperate with being detained rather than blowing his top over an inevitability. But the shortest and thinnest of the cops wearing a New York Yankee cap creeps behind Garner and has to leap to gain an arm around his neck. His arm bent at elbow grasps his other hand, making a ligature below Garner's chin. A video beholds the illegal chokehold. As with the other four cops, Garner is taken down. They are seeking to handcuff him behind his back, as if he had been caught in the commitment of some crime. Garner says, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe." And then 10 more times of distinct repetition, having only those few breaths left before his death, having only a few of those breaths. Had Garner perhaps turned and fought that little leaping cop before he could attempt that illegal chokehold, had he slammed those criminal cops with him down to the ground, Brother Garner might not have died there and then. That's the cue. Bless your soul. Bless his soul. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was great. I love this reading. I've been here the whole time and it's just great. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Henderson. Thank you so much for your sharing and thank you for the poetry. Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but thank you. I wanted to make sure before I have an appointment at 4 that unfortunately precludes me from being able to hear all the wonderful accolades about my dad and all the beautiful words from all the poets. So before I left, I wanted to thank you all for your wonderful, beautiful words. It's been really heartwarming to me and has just made me feel a lot of peace because of all your love and warmth. And, but I'm sorry I have to leave. And I just wanted to keep sending love out to all the wonderful people that have been on the show today. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank
Oh.
you. Thanks for not just disappearing.
Yeah, I know I didn't want to be disrespectful to anybody. And because I hold all poets in very high esteem. And, but I have to leave at this time. And thank you so much for
Well, please forgive me for not mentioning your father, but you know, I was taken by surprise to come on. But he was a great guy. I knew him. We spoke well. He had me in some of his anthologies, and he was a consistently mellow person for decades. He's a wonderful man, and
Thank
God,
you so much. I really have learned a lot from my dad, and he was always trying to get me to calm down because I'd get mad and he'd go, nah, that's just not going to do it. You know, you need to just be peaceful and respectful. And he also was so amazing about his neighborhood and the belief in community. We'd go for these wonderful walks when he had his walker, and at the, years closer to the end. And he was always, oh, I got to come back and we got to cut this branch because it's sticking out and, might hurt somebody. Or, he was always thinking of his neighbors and everyone. And one big family is what he taught me. So. So anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all. I just, like I said, it's just been a wonderful program. So thank you.
Be well, and we're going to send you a copy.
Thank you. You all too. Please keep healthy, and God bless you, and keep sending love out, and especially to yourself.
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So Mr. Henderson,
Oh yeah.
Was that it, or?
Oh yeah. I mean, how many minutes was it? I wasn't counting because, but I wanted to, that was my program as I planned it.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Q has a lot of good poems in this book. Who's Really Blues? I don't know if it's his last book or not.
Yeah. Well, we've got some other folks that are going to share some more of his work. So Thank you so much. And we're going to now, I don't know if Kim Shuck is still here. Are you here, Kim? Carla, did you see her? I can't. I'm not sure if she's here or not.
She's not here. I think when she read, she said she was reading them for both at the same time.
Oh, I thought she was going to tell some stories because she and Tongo, were they got Q's poems and they were like, yeah. So I thought she was going to tell that story. That's why I was wondering. Okay, did Jack ever come? Because he was coming for this part. Jack Hirschman, are you here?
Yeah, he's here. Can you make me co-host again?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Hi, you all.
Hi.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Hey, thank you all for the wonderful poetry and Wanda for hosting it. I'm going to read a poem, an arcane that I wrote. Arcane is the name for little longer poems of mine. That doesn't take that long. It's the QR hand arcane. 1. On the last day of the most lethal year for most of us in this life, QR hand's eyes closed, seemingly for always. But like jazz, that's supposed to be dead now, QR's fooling them, us, you, by not being dead, that is. 2, he just evers, he just alls. This isn't trying to say or appeal like a trilon and perisphere. in the World's Fair in New York in 1939, when he was just a 2-year-old in Brooklyn, and I was 5 over in the Bronx, and we wouldn't meet till some 40 years later in San Francisco's North Beach, when I heard him read at the Coffee Gallery, unforgettable lines attacking the KKK and the Nazis in one of his many activist poems, which resonated a month ago today when the Nazi emissaries stormed our capital. O poet of the deathless jazz and the sounded depths of justice and equality for the African American in everyone. It's your eyes flying, smile wide open with the radiance of QR hand presente. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. That was beautiful.
Yes, man. More.
I would have Louis Jordan.
You look great, Jack.
Hey, you too, are David.
Hello.
Hey, Louis.
Hi, Wanda. Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here. It's as people have been saying, it's an honor to be among the great poets. I worked with QR for a number of decades, and you know, I was looking forward. I was thinking about Q a lot yesterday, thinking about this being another event for him, and what I hope to get out of it, or what I thought would be happening in it, and you know, just thinking about him and like what made him unique to me, and I think to a lot of people. So I thought of a couple things that probably haven't gotten mentioned. Well, one is tomorrow on any other Super Bowl Sunday, QR and I would probably be talking like, how's the game going? Who's doing what? And did you see that play, man? Did you see that? Oh, because Q was not just basketball, he was a sports fan. And he and I, that was one of our connections. We love to talk sports. And then there's this other aspect of Q. I was thinking, Q, if you didn't know Q, or if you were just getting to know Q, you might miss this. You might find yourself often saying, "Oh, Q, how you doing?" As if he would say, "Oh, I'm all right," and then the conversation would go on. Well, no, Q wasn't like that. You ask Q how he was doing, he would tell you. And I realized what that meant is like Q was not about small talk. It was nothing about small talk with Q. How you doing? I'll tell you. Since you asked, I'll tell you. There's this going on that I don't like. There's this going on that's okay. But then I was thinking, what does that mean? It's like QR, he set his own tempo. I think that's what he did. He set his own tempo. And if you wanted to hang with Q, you didn't have to be on his tempo, but he was definitely not going to move his tempo for you. So, you know, that the no small talk. I think that, you know, it was always a poem going on. Talking to Q was having a poem, engaging in a poem. Now I worked with him a number of years in a group of Wordwind. Well, we did duets. We've been in other configurations, but in Wordwind, the Wordwind chorus, we had one of our, I guess, signature poems that we did. by QR, and this is the one I want to read right now. And yeah. Who signify what? I am saying something. I am saying something. What is the something? I am saying. What is the something? The something, the something, something, something else, something else is being said, something else is being heard, something else is being experienced. Something is saying what? Something is saying what? Something is saying what? Saying what? Who? Saying what? Who? Saying what? Who? What? Who? What? Who? What? Who is here? What? Who is here? What? Who is? What? Who is? What you is and what you ain't, both at the same time. What you is and what you ain't is what you is all the time. Something else. Something else. Something else is being said. Something else is being said on the cutting edge of who we are when a something is being said and we are of the same. I am saying something. I am saying something. Let's have another drink. Let's have another conversation about all the shit we keep taking and what we're gonna do about it when we get the right chance. What is the something I am saying? What is the something I am saying? And what is something else?
Right.
Thank you.
Hey, great. Great to hear it again, Louis.
You are.
Thank you, Louis. That was beautiful.
My pleasure.
Beautiful.
Privilege.
I see you have on your ceremonial colors.
I guess so.
Yeah, looking good. So now we have Avacha. You've been waiting a long time, my sister.
Yes, indeed. I'm honored to be here. And so many wonderful people. It's interesting, a lot of things have been said. QR and I both were born in Brooklyn. He was born 4 years ahead of me. And we both found our wings in Harlem. I always admired him as a poet and what have you, and vice versa. But we really get close until California. And then places like the Corfi Gallery and Minnie's and other places out here, we became very close. And he was probably one of my biggest fans and vice versa. I was definitely one of his biggest fans. And we had the Admiration Society going on. And the group that he and Louis and Brian were part of, Wordwind, I love those guys a lot. But anyway, Reggie, who was in that group, Reggie was going to publish my book. When Reggie passed, he had obviously passed the word to QR, who let his publisher know that he should publish my book. And he introduced me to his publisher, and that's how my book got published. QR and I had, when Reggie passed, he sort of took QR's place. Reggie and I were on the phone with each other all the time. And we were like each other's alter ego. And then sort of like QR took the place. QR got sick a few years ago, and before I had to wind up in the wheelchair full time, I was in the hospital every day with him. Now the wheelchair came in, there's no way I could get into the place he's at in Vallejo because I had stairs and what have you. So it really hurt me to my heart that I could not be there for him every day at the end there, because I would have been. I loved him madly. But I wanted to do one of his poems and then do one of mine. I think, if I'm not mistaken, QR's daddy was the first, or at least one of the first, I think it was the first Black pharmacist in Brooklyn. And QR and I, even though we ran in the same circles, when you're 4 years ahead of each other as kids, you don't know each other. I mean, we just knew each other in passing. And so it's really ironic how we both came together and became the friends that we did become later in life. And I'll miss him forever. So I want to do one of his poems and then one of mine. He loved my blues stuff. And before I do that, we had talked about ancestors before in the beginning, and I should have done this first. So in honor of Marcus Garvey, Arturo Schoenberg, Granny Nanny, Ida B. Wells, and Queen Nzinga, Zumbia Palmares, Black John Horse, and Janga. I want to dedicate this reading to them as well as QR. So the book, I think David read a piece from the same book I'm going to read from. This is called Today, Africa. There was land and people before owners. There was land and people before owners. The coming and going of fullness and emptiness. The coming and going of emptiness and fullness. Blessed and cursed in transhuman and pre-state rhythms. Blessed and cursed in transhuman and pre-state rhythms, still informing the music of peoples whose spirit is miraculously free. Still informing the music of peoples whose spirit is miraculously free, unwilling to adopt the creed of hard heart and greed, unwilling to adopt the creed of hard heart and greedy, dream killers who gild trees and flowers and wash diamonds in the blood of children, even squirrel killers in another continent, the dream killers who gild trees and flowers and wash diamonds in the blood of children, even squirrel killers on another continent, where also there was land and people before owners of the land, and peoples where also there was land and the people before owners of the land and peoples, and we here who hear the sound of sweet music above the cries of torture, and we here who hear the sounds of sweet music above the cry of torture must make our acts of solidarity in quiet dangers. We know the spirit of the killers of Sharpsville rules here too. Must make our acts of solidarity in quiet dangers. We know the spirit of the killers of Sharpsville rules here too. We know they killed their own before they found us. Others, they found us, others quite easily. We know they killed their own before they found us, others quite easily. We know their peace is one of theft and death and Holocaust in any and all human languages across all borders. We know their peace is one of theft, death, Holocaust in all human language across all borders. When we say free Nelson Mandela, we free ourselves. When the soul of Stephen Biko rises, we are resurrected also. When we say free Nelson Mandela, we free ourselves. When the soul of Stephen Biko rises, we are resurrected also. The freedom fighters of Azania and Namibia, living and dead, speak the language of humankind to all freedom loving peoples everywhere. The freedom fighters of Azania and Namibia, living and dead, speak the language of humankind to all freedom-loving peoples everywhere. There was land and peoples before owners. Both will be there for us when the owners are driven into the sea. Cue our hand. From his book, Who's Really Blues, is still available, Torian Horn Press. QR loved my blues stuff, and the one he loved the most, I'm not going to do because it's too long, Oaktown Blue, but I want to do this one because the theme of today was family, and this definitely is about family, and I guess I chose this one too because for Black History Month on my radio program, they did a blues special, which was very, very well accepted and what have you. And one fool called in and said, "Oh, we moved beyond blues." Ooh. So I figured I can kill two birds with one stone by reading this one today, as well as because QR love my blues stuff. And although I know there is nobody in this gathering who is ashamed of the blues, or at least I hope not, there's always one or two hiding somewhere, hiding under the covers somewhere in a corner somewhere. So if you are here, I dedicate this to you. It's called Too Proud to Sing the Blues. QR, I will miss you and love you forever. I am so grateful you were in my life right up to the end until he couldn't talk anymore. We supported each other, and I will help promote his work until I'm no longer here. So, Too Proud to Sing the Blues. Now, if you're hiding, this is for you out there as well. You say you're ashamed of the blues. You got a lot of nerve. Would you throw away your own feet that walked all the way through all this hell so you could lift up your big head and look straight in the eye of freedom? Feet that walk through hell just so you can say, oh, well, now is now and that was then, and today ain't nothing but a party. Don't need to want no blues or memories of way back when. Days when we didn't even have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out, or much less a guitar to play on. And you got the nerve to be ashamed. Ashamed of what? Ashamed of your own granddaddy who never did nothing, just pick cotton from Kansas to Kansas. Pick cotton till his hands would bleed. Pick cotton till he was weak in the knees. I say he picked that damn cotton, all that damn cotton, just so you could eat. Folks say he walked all the way from Mississippi just so we could read. Then you turn around and deny his country behind ever existed and say you're too loud to sing the blues. And now, I say, and now you say you're too well educated to sing the blues. Too ashamed to admit your grandma couldn't read. Only good enough to breed, wasn't nothing but a roots doctor, never went to school. Never had the time, just another cotton picker. Some kind of juju doctor who talked to the trees. So old-timey she would sing for rain and knew the name of every root and plant and flower in the state of Arkansas, but she wasn't nobody. Just somebody who was strong enough to make you free enough to be fool enough to be nobody. And you have the nerve to say you're too proud to sing the blues. But for where I'm sitting, looks like you haven't paid enough and still don't have a clue. And in spite of all that education, you're still just one more unworthy, ignorant fool, ashamed of all the dues it took to sing the blues. Thanks for listening to my words. And thank you, Spirit of QR Hand, because I know you're out there somewhere dancing in the cosmos, or some poetry series out there in the cosmos listening. Thank you all. And, keep these folks alive. I think it was Wanda, somebody said earlier, you speak people's names, you keep them alive. You tell people about his books, you keep them alive. Read his poetry, keep them alive. QR presente.
Yeah. Ashe, ashe. I want to invite, I'm going to pronounce the name phonetically, so it's not going to be like, but she can do it for you, like without breaking it up. Dudgy Layla. Did I do?
Djaila.
Djaila. Oh, too many syllables. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, welcome.
Hey everyone, I'm really happy to be here today, and I really enjoyed all the poems and memories shared thus far. I have 3 poems that I'm going to be reading. The first one is called Taken. A Black mother is grieving because her child is dead. A vicious cycle, yet they always free the feds. A suspension or termination is not equivalent to a Black life. Somehow there are people who illogically think that this is enough to pay the price. There are people who try to justify the murders of Black people by police. He was reaching for something. She was resisting. She wasn't following orders. He fit the description. There is no excuse on this earth to explain the senseless actions committed by police, because when a person is white, they tend to approach the situation with peace. So it's not like they're incapable of dealing with situations in a normal manner. They just see Black skin and purposely do things differently. They don't think twice about choosing to kill because they know that being sent home is usually the drill. History has reinforced the idea our lives do not matter. And with each new story I hear about, it just gets sadder. I don't know the answers. I don't know how to break this cycle. My heart is just heavy when I see another Black life as a hashtag going viral. The next one is called Nia and Mariah. We live in a world full of hatred. So many Black lives being taken away, and I just can't take it. Young Black lives filled with love and joy, with families that love them. Black lives you wish no one would destroy. Black people with dreams they wanted to fulfill, all to be taken away by police who don't see it as a big deal or even try to claim mentally ill. I stay quiet about a lot of things, but my heart can no longer take the feeling that the death of our people brings. I pray for better days, and I'm sick of people thinking that this cycle is just a phase. It's deeper than you think. our lives being taken away as fast as we blink. We see the phrase RIP on the daily and have to walk around constantly worried about our safety. I can't fully wrap my head around the tragedies that have happened over the past years. All I know how to do is pray and have faith that he hears. This last one is called Tell Me His Name Again. A love so irreplaceable, filling every hole in your heart. The things he's brought me through, well, I don't even know where to start. You see, he's held me in the darkest of times and stayed around when I strayed away. Listened to my every word when I stopped to pray. Lifted me when I thought I couldn't keep going. Filled me with the power and truth of his word. His love piercing every crevice of my soul. When I thought no one was there, he picked up the pieces and made me feel whole. Truly something about his name, how just calling on him can make you feel sane, washing away all traces of your pain. Thank you all.
So who's that?
Thank you, Tajala. Beautiful. All righty. So now we have Devorah Major, followed by Raymond Nat Turner.
Hello again, and I'm just going to do this poem, two-part poem for Q. Q's painting, Lush Life at Bajones, is hung on my wall. It was a gift added to the gift of an afternoon spent taking notes on a piece of his family stories that may have been myth and certainly was mystery. San Francisco sojourners come from and return to the New York thoroughfares where he was born. Something about fresh bread and a red-haired, parchment-colored girl in her then-named colored daddy's Mary Street bakery. Her heart was taken by a Ceylon black tea tinted soldier armed with the resiliency of love in 19th century Frisco. I look at QR's painting and see Mission Street shadows brushed in abstract angles, cafe and plate glass windows, skyline and sloping people, and hear Strayhorn's song pressed into the silver architecture where music is being strummed by a lanky guitarist perched on a corner bench. Talking with QR was a jazz poem, improvised layer riffs with squawks and squalls and a humming bass holding it all down with a hi-hat cymbal punctuating the silences. You had to pulse poetry to conversate deeply with him, speaking in rhythms and laughter, long back stretches and leaning in hard lines. Saw QR on Mission Street corners and in poetry cafes with and without word-wind chorusing on different stages, rocking mics and giving homage to the word, to la gente of the struggle. Don't know where or how we met, except it was decades ago, and it must have been carpeted by poetry, petals falling around our feet in the word gardens we planted and nourished, his friends, mine, across bridges and miles. Didn't cross his doorway till he moved to Vallejo, and I was to read it, listen, and be heard. He telling me to come by his and Pam's place and have some brandy before the gig. Q loved all peoples while shaking fist at the demons who defiled this that could be eaten eternally. I love Q not because he was saintly, but because he was truly a humane human, a hued man who saw the world in all its passion and fury and knew it was worth fighting for. Thank you again.
Thank you, Devorah. That was beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have all these San Francisco poet laureates in the house. We've got Devorah Major. We've got Jack Hirschman. We've got Kim Shuck and the newest reigning laureate, Tongo Eisen Martin, who hasn't joined yet, but it's like 4 in one room. It's like pretty cool. Pretty cool. So Raymond, you wrote this really beautiful piece.
Yeah. Okay. Before I jump into that, I want to say a couple of quick things. One, I want to thank Wanda Sabir for 31 years of doing this. And I want to also acknowledge the other, the Bay Area has a very strong poetry community. It's very evident even by this evening, this afternoon, outpouring. People like Wanda Sabir make that happen. People like Avacha make that happen. People like my dear Kim McMillan, that's our nickname for her, make that happen. And so what I say, I take this time to encourage those of you who are able and able-bodied and of sound mind to back them up, help support their work right now, because there may come a time when they are no longer there and here to do that work. So somebody needs to be able to step in, and the time to start putting in your apprenticeship is now. So having said that, I'll just quickly say that, Lewis talked about knowing QR very deeply. I didn't know him deeply like that, but I knew him in a very deep way because, when you see, for me, he was like a Thelonious Monk of poetry. So I gravitated to him. So anyway, this is just called Q. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo-ba-ba-da, boo-ba-doo, ba-ba-doo-bee-ba, boo-ba-yoo-ba, ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-yoo-ba, ba-doo-ba-doo-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ooh, you're cool. Ooh, you're cool. Cool as bebop on the North Pole. Philosopher waxing in soul. So cool his cologne was the blues, doubling down on P's and Q's. A different cat in a hat with poetic scat-the-tat-tat. So out he was in, then back out, sprinkling poetry about. Once there were 4 cool cats, then 3, and now 2. Apollo's drafting heavily from that crew. First he drafts Reg, and now he drafts Q. What was once a foursome is now 2. Cats breaking up that old gang of mine for ancestral space with no red line. I celebrate Q with my little rhyme. Today's all we have. Now's the time. Blessings to the family and crew. Love you, man, and bid you adieu.
Thank you, Raymond. So now we have, Carla, is your mom here?
Yeah.
Hey, Catherine, Waddell, Takara. Welcome, welcome. All the way from Hawaii.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Hi. Thank you for having me be a part of this. I'm just overwhelmed at the brilliance of the poets and the love and the resistance that are being expressed here today. I'm so far away from the trend of our community in the bigger sense that all of you, and yet I know so many of you. So it's just wonderful. And those that I don't know yet, I sure hope to meet. I'm 77, so we never know what might be coming forward, but I'm real optimistic. I'd like to read this poem for QR because I know that there are lots of people that have been waiting and are waiting. So I'll just go for it. To a dear friend, QR Hand. And some of you've heard it before at another QR reading. I have another poem after this, a shorter one. Smoky sighs. I remember QR and fully but not fully. Spring 1962, we met at Yale and connected, a Northern Student Movement conference, civil rights struggle for Northern students. I was at Tufts. He was dashingly handsome. A red scarf tied around his tall neck, a beatnik character, unconventional, looking like walking art with his trademark hat. He was openly expressive, fiercely representative, argumentative, rhythmic and cool, unfazed and self-confident in a sea of white faces. 1966. We met again in Berkeley, connected again. QR was a mosaic of a man sharing multiple colors and patterns of life, of ideas, friends, ethnicities, artists, expressive. He was intellectual, analytical, complex, and mostly unwavering. Passionately political, stubborn yet warm, outsider, observer of inequality, of gentrification, exposing the bowels of hypocritical leaders, calling them out by name, ever resistant to ignorant hate and to greed, excuse me. He always engaged with his friends. He, QR, was a cultural wordsmith, a poet, and critic defiant and fearless, reciting history and politics, a teacher unforgettable, a champion of the dispossessed. Reaching out to the poet and man, fiercely independent, communicative, yet private, his words like jazz and the blues, exalting, bemoaning, thumping and bumping his personal, unforgettable bebop style, cutting new images, atonal, Afrofuturistic, inventive. He challenged white power, our system inequitable and unjust. QR. Hard as a cowrie shell, rough as a coral reef. Inside, soft like a sea urchin with a poisonous sting, he gave of himself freely. Questioning authority, he asked, searched for the who, why, and what of conditions. Who are you, he asked. Who are they who lie so freely? Who are they? He knew who he was. Ever a fighter, a rebel, a warrior, his weapon, the spoken and written word, outlaw poetry, he called it. He was a part of Black Fire and the Black Arts movement, inspirational to other poets and multitudes through decades of time to the future. His vision, unwavering, broad and tall like the redwoods, deep as the Pacific Ocean, delivering metaphors of the sea and shifting sands. He affable, available, hearing ancestral voices, collaborative and expansive like music, like drum beats, courageous to share his singular path and philosophy of commitment to justice, community, and growth. QR, loyal and brilliant as the sunrise, visible like moonlight or invisible like Cassiopeia. Unconcerned with personal wealth and status, he dedicated himself to opening doors of perception, New World connectedness, social and environmental justice, to balance, to health, diversity. He often spoke in colors, black and white, brown, red, and yellow, splashes of humanity, citizens of our interconnected world. His life, he lived boldly, drinking profusely, visiting bars, coffee houses, and libraries galore, intense as the seasons, predictable and not. Stormy as winter, gentle as springtime, finally worn out by his efforts and lifestyle. He left us his smile and his humor in the season of Epiphany. Did he choose it? Or did he just let go? He left us a legacy of speaking one's truth, cultural, historical. He still did not choose to fly in a plane. He left us on a challenging call for equality. He left us to a message of unity and peace. Our hand. What a man, a mighty fine man of integrity and strength, smoky memories and smoky sighs. And then, thank you. I'll take you to the Big Island for a minute and do contemplation in a volcanic cave, if you will. And it's just called Moon of Falling Leaves. I saw a crescent moon, a white owl whose head was light, spiraling invisible as breath toward the silver rays. I watched through an open window near Ke'oho on the island of Hawaii as that Cheshire cat moon traveled across the black bowl of sky. I took a walk to feel you under the same moon in another place and time, passing through singing patches of crickets. I sat down to watch the stones placed precisely to form an ancient wall, and in them I saw fire from generations, life's flames and embers. I remembered my childhood friends and fields of fireflies, dandelion wreaths for our hair as we played and wondered at the meaning of captured wild turtles. The blue heat of December belied the clouds building in the western sky. I fell asleep with troubled visions. Your eyes seemed lonely and fading. Early the next morning, I faced the east, waiting for the red eye of morning to open and greet the day. I enjoyed conjugating the colors of dawn, deciphering the shadows, following the tidal flow of light on leaves, recalling the turtle's recurring spirit. I am still surrounded by the stones of the ancestors, laughing and crying. I sometimes see myself come back as an echo from another's eyes. I accept the dancing mask that wants to wear me. Suddenly, ribbons of happiness fade to tragedy as I realize that morning vision can become the shattering of many mirrors and hearts. Miss you, QR. Thank you. Thank you, Wanda. Thank you, all of you incredible poets. I feel so humbled. I am so happy.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who is hanging in there because you love poetry. You know, we're conjurers, right? So we're charging up, like you plug in those vehicles that use different kind of fuel that's, that's more environmentally friendly. So we're plugging ourselves into the fuel and we're fueling each other. We're filling each other up for those days when, we might need to sort of like go into the archives and pull out some stuff to recharge ourselves. So we are now, Carla is our next poet. Carla's been helping me with the technology and the co-hosting, and that was her dear mother, Catherine. And so Carla, love to have you come share now.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here tonight, and I'm speaking to the theme of family. I've been able to read with my mom a lot recently, and it feels really beautiful because, of course, is my number one inspiration was my mom going in tow as a young child to poetry readings. And when I moved to Oakland on my own after college, although I was born in Berkeley, I was raised in Hawaii, and then I came back here, my mom entrusted me to this group of just radical intellectual people, QR being one of them. Amara Hicks recently passed, Jean Wiley, Kathy Sloan, Jean Doak, Claremont Moore, Arthur Monroe. I later met David Henderson, Barbara Christian, Carol McLean. These were the people my mom asked, can you help my daughter survive in Oakland? And they took it seriously. And I'm forever grateful and inspired, and obviously influenced and mentored by this expanding group of poets and thinkers. So that being said, I have just one piece of poem to read today. It's for my mom. I wrote it in the year 2000. And it's called Ogun, New Year's Eve 2000, dedicated to my mom. Ogun is a trickster in the Yoruba tradition. Ogun jumps out of the blaze into the body of my mother, doing a flaming war dance. A bond of fireworks lights the yard. Wrapped in black velvet, she bursts out of the shadow, braids flying, streaking the night in motion. With hands crisscrossing over knees, she revives a dance of her youth, her mother's youth, a girl again. I see her hopes and dreams, basement parties, spiked punch, the temptations, slow dancing in the dark. As laughter masks our faces, I want so badly to say that I love her and that I forgive her for anything I may have been angry at still. Then, as quickly as the shadow of her youth, Ogun disappears and she becomes the woman who I have always loved. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Is Tyrese here? Carla, is Tyrese here?
Yeah, I think so.
Tyrese?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Well,
Can you
please
hear me?
join us, Tyrese. Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Oh, there you are.
Hi there. Yes, thank you for having me. I didn't have the opportunity to meet Mr. AD, but I did have the opportunity to meet QR through Carla Brundage and my relationship with West Oakland to West Africa. And I met him at a bar. And similar to how Carla's mother invited her into her poetry circle, Carla did the same thing for me. And Oakland was so welcoming. I'm originally from the East Coast. I'm currently now in Lynchburg/Nelson County as we transition back from Texas. So I'm coming to you live from my husband's home house, and I will be reading about family and the home house, as we call it, as Black folks call it, which is the center of our families. And though we might travel far and wide to find refuge for many reasons, we do return to our home house as our center. However, a lot of Black families, including my own, are going through the struggle of deciding what to do with the home house after our elders transition. And sometimes it's American greed that gets in the way, and sometimes it's family indifference. So today, again, I will be reading from a book that I'm writing titled The Home House, selections from Granny's Kitchen. And the name of this poem is My Name Ain't Jim Crow, and it's dedicated to my grandmother and my mother. Let me pull it up. Hattie, Your name ain't Jim Crow. As a young girl, I didn't know what that saying meant. All I knew is that when someone doubted what you could do or tried to control how you ran your life, you would remind them, your name ain't Jim Crow. Hattie, born 2 pounds, you carried 6 lives and spoke health over entire generations. Generations of Pinnocks and Hudsons and Deans, whose origin story started at the dreams of a little bow-legged brown girl named Hattie. Your majorette legs passed down through my calf muscles, your willingness to work long hours at the foundry passed down the house on the hill, our house. In middle America, Lynchburg, Virginia, ours, a brick and mortar representation of one woman's legacy, Hattie. After 80 years, you can only hear memories of the lives that passed through the now chipped tan door. Some of your great-grandchildren have never climbed the gravel hill and sat on the porch that their grandparents were raised on. They have never been to the home house. Hattie, who will take the house? Who will take this house? The question darkens the space between your deep eyes and high cheekbones. Who will take the house? We cannot let the white man have the land and the fruits of your labor. He cannot take the legacy. Will you sell the house, Granny? Move up north where your sons grew trees from your roots that spread down Pennsylvania Avenue. They live well, and there is a room just for you. And one son, well, he'll even let you smoke on the porch. And wouldn't it be nice to see your great-grandson grow up? And wouldn't it be nice to leave Lynchburg, that dying city where all your friends have obituaries? Wouldn't you want to leave that unpainted house of yours? I thought she would. That the taxes and broken furnace and hollow halls and missing friends and silence of her days would move her. That the reverse mortgages would move her. That her sons saying no to buying the house would move her. But her name ain't Jim Crow. So she makes away. She stays for the day when someone needs to return to her womb. And even if that womb is not living, sorry, can you hear me? It says my connection is gone.
Yes,
Oh,
we
no.
can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I'll start from this part. But her name ain't Jim Crow, so she makes away. She stays for the day when someone needs to return to her womb. And even if that womb is not living, her house will stand in the place of her arms. And we can walk into her home and smell her cooking, see the grease spots from her mills, see her sitting in her chair, hear her reminding us of how to live and love and speak for our futures. And if she let the house go, she'd be destroying the home house, the legacy, the story of how we came to be. How under this roof, one paycheck away from the projects, she raised 5 boys and 1 girl. Tiffany. Tiffany, who still carries her maiden name. Tiffany, who tells her daughters that nothing beats a failure but a try, like her mother told her. Tiffany, mother to Tyrese and Victoria. Tiffany, survivor. Tiffany, the only daughter to Hattie. Tiffany will take the home house. Tiffany will carry the legacy. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyrese. So our next poet is, but I'm not sure if this person is here. So is Paradise here? Did he make it? Yeah, Paradise goes back to the beginning of the poetry celebration. He and I sat in the library with the librarian Dolores and planned it together because he was the president of the the International Black Writers and Artists, the local 5 for Oakland, and he knew everybody. Yeah, back then we had lots of writers groups. It was really, really a rich time for celebrating the word coming from Black mouths. So Paradise is not here. Nicia DeLovely, are you here? Okay. Well, Zakia Capehart is here, and she and her husband Bryant Bowling, they always bring the music and the poetry together. So Zakia, please share with us. Yes.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here. And a long day, but a long, beautiful day of reflection and poetry and music too. So I am so thankful. Thank you for inviting us, Wanda. And thank you to all the poets and musicians that have come before us. We enjoyed all of it. Thank you.
And good afternoon. I'm Brian Bowling, Sakia's husband. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. And we are the To Be New Cultural Gatherers. We got 2 selections prepared for you this afternoon. One is the original song that I wrote. It's entitled Children Are the Light of the World. And the poem that my wife will be reading is called what?
Our Children. The second selection. My poem is entitled, I Never Told You, but I Too Had Dreams.
Baby is crying, 'cause mommy's not at home. Some are even dying before they have a chance to grow. Let's join throughout the land to save their little souls. 'Cause children are the light of the world. Some cookies and candy was all she ate last night. Baby's feeling lonely, 'cause my and daddy had a fight. Let's join throughout the land to make things right. 'Cause children are the light of the world.
To pop, to pop, to pop. Don't, chomp, chomp, chomp. Boom, boom, boom. Our children hear the sound of a new beginning. Our children are the catalyst, moving us from our present world to that horizon. Distractions are necessary for the emergence of the dawn. Our children are equipped to confront and handle the world they are changing. For we have taught them well. Elders hold the power, possess the strength, shape and mold the mind of our children. Elders are love-nourishing role models today for tomorrow's leaders. Our children, to pop, to pop, to pop, doom, 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 chom, 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 boom, boom, boom.
Children are the light of the world. Children are the light of the world. Children are the light of the world. All right now. Today is Bob Marley's birthday, so this is dedicated to Bob. Ja Rastafari. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Hey, preacher man, you tell me heaven is under the earth. I know that you don't know what life is really worth. You might get fool people sometimes. You can't fool all the people all the time. Now I see the light. I'm gonna stand up for my rights. Hey, hey, now get up, stand up for your rights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't give it up. Don't get up, get up. Stand up for your right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Get up, stand up. Never give up the fight.
From other countries, they have come. With this world, they are not done. Enjoyed life in their land, but now must change to adapt a new plan. They pour unto the shores by boat, by train, by plane. They have come to find, to acquire, to live the American dream. Just what is this dream? Is it real or make-believe? Can it withstand and hold up to challenges unforeseen? But you can be sure the people will endure, for they are survivors, determined to follow the plan, to make their new home an even better land. Toiling by day and night, persevering over fright, sacrificing sleep and no food to eat. Finally, after decades, received the dream sort, until one day they awoke to an insidious plot. The people were deported back to a land they no longer knew.
Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't give it up now. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't give up the fight. Hey, hey, now, don't give up the fight. My people, don't give up the fight. Hey, now, don't give up the fight. Yeah, yeah, don't give up the fight. My people. Hey, hey, now.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, both of you. That was lovely. I hope people were dancing. Yeah, it's like
everybody dancing in their little boxes. They were all moving, they were bouncing around.
Cool, cool. Yeah, and Zakia and Bryant, they've performed in the poetry celebration for many, many, many years. Always a treat. And now we have Gene Howell Jr., who is also an alumnus of the poetry celebration. So Gene, what are you bringing to us this afternoon?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone. The program is really going quite well. I'm really enjoying it. The poem I want to do is actually the same one, and I hope you will forgive me, but it's the same poem that I did last year. I don't know if you remember, I talked about doing my first site-specific art installation, and it was the Black Table.
Right.
And it went off so well that, well, as me as an artist, it sort of had a life of its own. And even though I took as much care with the items of the project, one of the plates was broke. And even though it was broke, I made it part of the installation, and I did that because with this theme that we have of the Black family, sometimes we have plates that are broken, but that does not mean that we have to throw those plates out. We can use, well, we cannot use crazy glue or spit and gum or Elmer's glue, but I think that we can use another type of Elmer's glue, which I would say is a Elmer Geronimo Pratt's type of glue, the glue that's composed of and made of an undying love for the people. So I took that message from actually the art installation itself. So what I would like to share with the folks today is my poem entitled, I Set a Black Table. Do you know my place? Not of Western folks' fable, I've set up 3 black tables, one paying homage to my ancestors, whispered to me, like August Wilson's Aunt Esther. The second, the beauty and power of all things Black, steeped in holy spirits in unfeudable fact. The third, I cleave from where we bees at, points on the globe we can thumbtack. I set a black table. Do you know my place? Within the crevices of my spiritual plateau, these tables I honor on what I now do know. In this, my movement and moment in time, where certain sine wave and spirits shine, I set a black table. Do you know my place? To show the world what I honor in these 14 plates. See and look and see, and take no mistakes. Illuminate Howell, Jefferson, Johnson, and Lomax, moving the bloodline forward, not back. I set a black table. Do you know my place? Another table where everything more Black than blue, and like the meaning of soul, it's there too. Black flowers, black glasses, and black plates, arch-welded and armed lace, love Black, not hate. I set a black table. Do you know my place? Migration of a slowed pace and relieved haste. We commune like others in cooperative taste. Set from a distance a very black table. Nourish a body and feed the soul you are able. I am a black table in the here and in the now, here and now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. That was beautiful. That was really beautiful. Yeah, we have to set our tables, don't we?
Yep. Yeah, sure we do.
Set them black.
All right.
Always.
All right.
Black goes with everything for a
It
reason.
does. I mean, it slims you too.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe that's why I decided to wear a black t-shirt.
Yeah. I wanted,
black on it.
oh, all right. Yeah, I wanted, maybe next year, I was working on a poem, this more on the theme of family. There was one poem I wanted to write more as the support of family members. I wanted to have write a poem that a family member thought it would be okay to bring to the family cookout a tuna casserole that included marshmallows. And I wanted to, even though it didn't go over well, I wanted to show that the other family members still gave them support.
Mhm.
They thought it was okay to bring tuna casserole with marshmallows. So anyway, maybe next year I'll have that ready.
Right, that sounds, yeah, that sounds like, yeah, a great idea. And now we have, and she's been here from the beginning, Tanya Lazar Lee. And Tanya goes way back in the poetry celebration when she lived here in the Bay Area. Now she doesn't. And she has a whole rooting section here, like her mom and her dad, Babatunde Lee and Jenny. Oh, wow, you got Harriet Tubman behind you. That is so awesome. You got your ancestor like holding you literally, huh? Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, Harriet Tubman is her ancestor.
Mhm.
Take it away.
Well, thank you, Wanda, and I welcome everyone. And I wanted to, really just kind of wonder if we could just take a breath. Let's take a black minute. Okay. Thank you. So, because I've got a lot of excited energy that I wanted to share with you. Like Wanda said, it's true. But before I go into Harriet, I wanted to say, I did not know QR or AD, but as aspiring poet myself, they are, inspiration. And because books, because they're published and there's living history and memory through you guys, their work and their ideas will never die. And that's part of what I like to do as a poet, is include an idea or theme in a poem. But I just wanted to share too that Harriet was actually born Araminta Harriet Ross. And her parents were from the West Indies, Trinidad. So hailing from the Ashanti warrior people. So there's a lot more that people know. And so she changed her name from Araminta Harriet Ross, and how it links so profoundly to me and my older sister is that our father, our biological paternal father, is the only remaining Ross in Trinidad as we speak, unless there's some little ones that I don't know of, but that is pretty profound, and I guess in the spirit of my ancestor, Harriet and John, who was the freedom fighter, revolutionaries, and they all fought for social and racial justice. And so the poem, and I relate this back to the poem, is that our Black experience can be both traumatic and empowering. And so Harriet, I invoke her in this poem, and I also invoke, the motherhood in her. She kept going back, and helping others, and just the the maternal instinct, the Black forbearance I try to evoke. So, and just to, before I go into the poem, I just wanted to say, because my son Akai is going to be turning 9 on Wednesday, so I just want to wish him happy 9th birthday, Akai. I love you. And so here's our flame. In the pit of my being, there's a raging war, a struggle between flesh and fire, a fire that'll run wild like wildfire, a fire that'll eat up everything in its path, a flame that'll track to my heart, a flame that'll seethe, smolder, and never go out, a flame that wants to burn, burn bright, bright as heavens at daybreak, bright as a falling, exploding star, brilliant as the afternoon sun, red hot as a meteorite, hot-tempered as dynamite, bold as the color is orange, fearless as a small child, brave as a 30th century knight, both valiant and constant as the North Star. I'll fight, I'll flame, I'll be on fire, I'll glow, I'll smolder, I'll light my soul ablaze, I'll singe, I'll cringe, I'll live as the 7 deadly sins. I'll take on pain and suffering. I'll fight off war and disaster. I'll consume all the bad. I'll love, I'll hurt. I'll let my heart break. I'll blaze, I'll rage. I'll lighten the darkened way. I'll burn, burn bright, bright as the heavens at daybreak, brilliant as a falling, exploding star, brilliant as the afternoon sun, red hot as a meteorite, hot-tempered as dynamite, bold as the color is orange, fearless as a small child, brave as a 13th century knight, both valiant and constant as the North Star. I'll fight, I'll flame, I'll go up in flames, I'll seethe, I'll fume. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll fight, I'll flame, I'll be on fire, I'll seethe, I'll fume, I'll go up in flames, I'll scorch, I'll fry, I'll stand in Dante's Inferno of fire. Yes, I'll fight, I'll flame, I'll be on fire, I'll self-combust, I'll turn to dust, and I'll rise from the ashes. I'll blaze, I'll rage, I'll lighten the darkened way. That's it. I can't hear anybody.
Oh, we weren't talking.
Yeah.
We're just sort of like being in it right at the moment. You know, that was pretty, yeah, that was combustive. Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tanya. That was really lovely.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm honored. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
fire.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Mm.
Really powerful. Yeah. So Tongo Eisen Martin, the current poet laureate for San Francisco, is working on a project on QR hand. I hope he tells us a little bit about it. Kim is another person who's working with him on it as well as, you know, share some of his lovely poetry and maybe a poem he has chosen of QR hands. So Tongo, thank you so much. You could fit us in your schedule. And yeah, tell us what you have planned for this sharing.
Yeah, I'm gonna just read a poem by QR in a poem of mine. We have his last manuscript coming out on April 29th. We started a press called Black Freighter Press. And so his book is titled Out of Nothing. And we were blessed that he was able to finish the manuscript before he passed. And yeah, you know, there's really nothing to add, and really nothing I could really, you know, even do justice to a soul like QR's, man. Just a cat that was really just in love with the universe, really. In love with people, with humanity. And you know, he was so just so kind of selfless when he was, you know, kind of getting close to the end. He wasn't even like mourning his situation. He just what he would say is he's just like, I feel like I'm letting you all down. That's what his concern was. As he was winding down, he was still just thinking about us, and all of the work that needs to be done. But so here's you know, I'll just go from him into me. I don't know no poem I can write that's legal. That'll get you a high call, love and stamina, more habit forming than ice and crack combined. There is no poem for this occasion anyway. Poetry is a lost language gone south. Don't bother to look into war colleges and attending CIA telegrams to and from the embassy's most private chambers, or so they think. These here killers ain't no metaphor, not a thriller deal. It's already on videotapes you can't buy or won't. The poetry that was here is on a night flight to hell, sent in a place of bodies to be converted like sounds into poetry, into medicines and machines, escape routes, a march of triumphs like the people did in Managua, enough to fill a vacuum the nation states created in lands like El Salvador. You won't have to smoke it or get a government stamp. It's my cousin eulogized now in literary history. Wasn't pretty, this effect on my eternal soul. And I tried to cry on the side facing the sink full of alcohol, fine flowers of struggle that color spectrum, the cousin who was dead if you brace yourself. It's hard to write without my friend. No Malcolm positions on East Coast warfare, my friend in the audience with the Earth's coming mood, mainland jazz, the organizing is all over me. And let me divine you the Lenox Avenue of the future. The river just keeps riding freights town to town. Violent revolution in this very year. Open your paper to us. Rulers of the night train, your humble dishwashers who live to hum the details, to look into the future like a gentle person. 3/5 of a typewriter. Do some math with me here in the absence of confidence. The luxuries of paranoia that you can finish later. My friend died yesterday. Like belated parenting, we haunt each other in quick bursts now, sample the drug, wrestle the angel, no depth of setting, hiding behind the hordes because, you know, we in the train business. You don't need a ticket for a winter that only happened here. Behind this room is my mind, ashes runneth over. Throwing around this room is my mind, brim of an innocent soul. Which dollar deserves my neck? Thinking about you is like sharing a ghost with half the city's afterlife. Thinking about you centers us. I'm just a small man in a basement window, chronicling material conditions, boiling water next to change in the course of poor people's consciousness. I cannot impress you with the names of guns. We hone each other with absolute pragmatism, with the truth of African transcendence. Another city ends, we hear the fire out. I never really did like the car they found me in. Imagine what defines a creature, where remnants of concrete put none of the world down except slabs of a deadbeat nationalism or a bloodline making the news again. True, I have an absence of style, just a doorstep moving, dead body to dead body. Well, thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you, Tango. Beautiful. Dead body to dead body. Mm. It's almost like ashes to ashes and dust to dust, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Nube Brown, sister, join us.
Hey, Wanda.
Hey.
Hey, Tango. Hey, it's quite something to come in. I don't know, at the end of all of this. I mean, I am not a budding poet, but I just feel like I have been so gifted. Like I've gifted myself by being able to be here. So thank you so much for inviting me. But to be able to kind of be a part of this portal and shared humanity, to bring this a piece of poetry from this beautiful sister from the inside is such an honor. And I feel so, I feel very humbled, but I'm also just I'm so full from everything that I've experienced here today, being in this space of expression through poetry is, I've never given this to myself before. I've never been involved in anything like this. So this is incredible. It's been an amazing experience. So again, I'm in such gratitude to be able to be in the space of to be able to be that portal to bring this piece of poetry from this woman. And I'm going to read it how she brought it. She wrote a letter to the San Francisco Bayview National Black newspaper. And so, and she wrote the poem after her first greeting. And so I'd like to read it from that point, because it says something about her and who I have never met. And yeah, so here we go. She wrote it on July 20th of 2020. Dear editors, peace and blessings I send to rest upon you. I am currently an inmate incarcerated and isolated inside a CIW cell. It's California Institute for Women. I am sending to your publication an original poem I've written dedicated to the memories of Armias Asegdon, Nipsey Hussle, and George Floyd. It is my hope that it be printed in the newspaper or anywhere that will inspire and encourage all, just as the Bayview has empowered myself to continue in the struggle for freedom, unity, solidarity, and consciousness of melanated African peoples the world over. The name of the poem is Take Me Home by Aoki Pink Butler, Los Angeles native of the Crenshaw district. Deep, dark, rich, rolling hot chocolate, bubbling over with pride, pain, and confusion as to why. The pantheon of tombstones for us, a people vitally owed the heartbeat of civilizations, culture, music, and blood, bred in every existent vein, diamond mitochondrial chains, yet still we hang. Ain't that again strange? Why not a Hall of Fame or on Washington, some magnanimous mountain peak to pay homage to the Black, brave and rested, asphyxiated, cardiac infarctions, DOA in lieu of arrested, silenced and slain too soon? Why are we so heavily invested in crypto collectives overseas when poverty spreads like a leprous disease? We've fallen off onto main thoroughfares, not just side streets and alleys. Homelessness is the new franchise. Over 1.6 million now being underserved, kicked to the curb. Despair flows like tears from glazed over eyes, anesthetized and detached, exploited for our souls exposed to the blistering cold of Black codes. Sincerely, Aoki Pink Butler.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much, Nube. Do you want to tell, because we actually, Malik Washington was going to share some poetry, and he is the new editor of the San Francisco Bayview newspaper, but something happened. Something really terrible happened, and that's why he's not with us right now. So I was wondering if you want to share that with the audience, and I don't know if he gave you the poem, or we have to wait till next time.
He did not give me the poem, and I do want to say a little something about that, because when I read this poem also from Aoki, Aoki is in prison.
Yes.
Right? This is another vestige of slavery, the breaking of our families.
Yes.
The separation of people being able to be together. And Malik Washington he's in a halfway house, and he's being retaliated against because, as the editor of the newspaper, he thought it was his duty to expose the COVID outbreak that was happening in the facility that he's in, that is owned by a private prison corporation of Geo. And so they're retaliating against him. And so that retaliation for being a human being, for being a person who we all want to be, responsible to each other, caring about each other's health and well-being, he is being retaliated against. And so we don't have the benefit of his poetry. We don't have the benefit of he and I working together, or all of us being able to hear from him, because this system is about keeping us apart. So this that we do together keeps us together. But that is why we aren't hearing from him, because he's being retaliated against. They're trying to gag him and keep him from speaking. So, and it's not just about him. He's emblematic of something that is taking place in our prisons to thousands and millions of people. And that means it's affecting their families. It's affecting the people that love them. So yes, I am here. I get to be free to, again, be that portal of shared humanity, Ubuntu. But he was distracted away and not, I think, able to be in a centered space, because he's needing to advocate for his protection to fight against this, right? And so there wasn't the place for poetry. And that's something that we need to, I feel, understand. So again, it feels really important to be able to read this woman's poetry and also be able to tell this story about what's happening with Malik, to share this, because in just trying to fight for our human rights and dignity on a daily basis, and through a system that continually is assaulting your existence, to be free, to be free, to be your best self, the time to self-care and express what's going on, to express through poetry or art, or in Malik's case, to be able to speak as an editor, as a journalist, is wrong. And it is something, again, that is happening to millions of people every day. Not just the people inside, but the people that love them.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Nube. Yes, we normally we invite to participate in the poetry celebration those who are not with us physically. So I get poetry from people who are incarcerated to to share at our reading. So this is really wonderful. You know, the Nube had a poem, and we don't usually get women poets from inside, you know. So this was even, you know, this was a great treat to have a woman's voice, you know, sharing some work. And I believe that the poets are the true revolutionaries. I say that all the time on my radio show, Wanda's Picks. And so I think, you know, there's always time for poetry. You know, that's how we like condense it. We sort of articulate sort of what's going on in the moment, whether it's said or not said. I think we are, what did Adam Davis say? Something about like we are the poem or something like that earlier on. Someone said something like that. And I want to do a few thanks before I share my poem. And I'm sorry, I'm not cutting it. It's about 3 minutes or so. So I hope you all stay for it. But I just want to mention, I want to thank the City of Oakland Cultural Arts Department for its generous individual artist grant that we have been sitting on. We still haven't finished the book. But we do have a website that I can see it being finished. So definitely we'll let you all know once that's launched. And also the manuscript is ready to be published. So we're gonna be working on that the next couple of months, and maybe for April, for National Poetry Month, we'll have everything done and we can have a party. I like parties. And we're looking for video footage from the early days of the poetry celebration. And we're also looking, so if you have something like that, please let me know. And we're also looking for Arnold J. White's heirs, because we love to put some of his work in the book, but we don't have permission. We're also looking to get Lee Williams' work. He was a visual artist as well as a poet and a musician and a dancer. And Dennis Omawale Cutton, we're looking for their work and permission to use their work. So if you have any information like that, please let me know.
Wanda,
yes.
I cut in when you mentioned Arnold. You know, my next book is supposed to be his cover. His artwork was supposed to be on the cover. He never signed a contract, and I don't want to get sued. Neither does the publisher. So if you or somebody has contact with his daughter, so I can get that formal thing, I'd still like to use it for the cover rather than use this new thing. So the title of his piece is the book name, but I can't use it without a release. So anyway, thank you. Anybody who's got contact with Arnold White's relatives, please, I need to hear from them.
Yeah, please let us know. We're looking for them. They're living in the Bay Area. And also want to thank Mr. Reginald and Mrs. Juanita Alexander. They actually donate money, and they couldn't do the food platters because we're not like in a situation where we can share cross windows, right? So they didn't bring the spread. We usually have a lot of good food. I mean, Jean, brings food from Sacramento and sets it up, and it's just really lovely. So I'm looking forward to next year. I hope next year on February 5th, 2022, we will be back at the West Oakland Library in the multi-purpose room at 1:00 doing this live. So anyway, and then I also want to thank Carla Brundage for her program and tech support, Tomei Neal Madison, and Lydia Bettine for the graphic design on our various flyers. And I want to thank our co-sponsors, my Wanda's Picks, Print, Web Radio, Oakland Public Library, Poetry Flash, Woe to Wa from West Oakland to West Africa, San Francisco Library, African American Center, Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley, Museum of the African Diaspora, San Francisco Bayview Newspaper, Dr. Kim McMillan, and Wake Up America. So thank you all so much. And of course, thanks to the poets and to the ancestors, Ashe, 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 oh. Thank you for coming and being with us, ancestors. And we're gonna release you after my poem. Stay around until I finish my poem. And thanks to the audience. We appreciate you too. And this particular poem, I wrote it for my younger daughter who's having her third son in May. And it's called I Believe in She, or She Is. I believe in women, the womb that bears all without question and certainly no thanks. I believe in she who is mightier than the flesh he binds to himself, his existence shadowy at best, a trick of light, vanished when electricity is cut off. Utility has its benefits. I believe in paying my bills for that reason. I believe in burning lights until filaments cry no more. I believe in wood stoves. Haints hidden in corners flee. I believe in ghosts. I believe in wombness. I believe in womb fullness. I believe in, actually, I did that wrong. I believe in wombness. I believe in womb full. I believe in womb fullness. Sacred houses and treetops. I believe the people could fly. Why else set young in wombfulness on branches along the elderberry between figs and avocados, juniper leaves and an aromatic umbrella? I believe in chance and in the unknown. I believe in stepping off a cliff just to test the ground. Is it really there? I have no broken bones. I believe in children. I believe in slumber and dreaming and rest for the weary. I believe in medicine, the kind that heals. I believe in people who believe in people. I believe in laying eggs in a womb nest, 24-hour cycles of life and birth and death, stepping off the edges of doubt and falling into an awkward nest of what letting go feels like before death, before life, before doubt, before there is no doubt left. I believe in paying my bills when I can. I believe in making bills. I believe in needs being filled with cans purchased at hardware stores. Village women walk miles to fill and then pile on their heads and carry in their arms to inherited destinations, deserted places where life doesn't always grow. Fallow terrain devastated by phallus talking hyenas in suits. I believe in paper mache filling stations where art as fuel, as recycled wealth, as penury, as outlaw culture feeds a system that once disturbed, once destroyed life. I believe in woman. Her sacred treehouse precariously near the end of branches heavy, impending birthrights pending as she moves items in her pocketbook, searching for brass tokens and finds one. Parity rooted in whom one knows, womb bears toll, rides shotgun, stretches of time cross roads, traveled often or not at all. Yet its implication and intention for a prescribed number of years keeps her buoyed when vertigo makes sitting, standing, or walking a chore. Womb shackled round her neck, childbirth a ride that stretches across a road oft traveled, yet always new. It is the renewal that keeps her buoyed. It is the mystery that makes hunger after sickness, morning after morning, its own kind of reward. It is the 4D pictures of little one snug in his car seat. The idea, car seat, a prototype for layered uterus, cotton, not blood vessels, and fat and tissues, sleep foam. Those 9 months we cannot get back to, no matter how many personal days and extended vacations left before separation. Menopause, womb magic exploding, estrogen gone. I believe in women. She is all. She orchestra. She music. Lyrical sheets folded and pressed, scented with lavender, vanilla, jasmine, honeysuckle. A lyric whose words measure tap, tap, tap. Heart songs on felled trees seated along city blocks where they once stood, so tall. She mother, she earth, she all, she nothing at all. She origin story, she bubbling laughter, she solar plexus laugh, deep belly breaths from core molten lava laughs, black liquid amber. She arrows flying from bent branches scattered along the sidewalk. She lands, dancing figure eights. We look up and can't escape what is inevitable. Arms open, we embrace the splitting asunder. She piercing sound, she change we have been avoiding. She ointment to ease travel south towards Ma'at, towards Ya, Asantawa, towards exile. Split, we do not think broken, we do not think we holy. Forced isolation with separation comes clarity. She whirl within whirl, she womb, she assembly, she all there is, she all we need, she necessary. I believe in she. She needles, she story, she wisdom, she's stitching, always sewing and stitching and darning and patching and joining and ripping apart seams and realigning weave. I have learned to not get too comfortable with a particular identity. Just enjoy the garment while I'm in it, because nothing is certain except she womb and she fertility. Thank you.
All righty. Woo! Woo! Woo!
Thank you, Wanda.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Wall.
Wanda. Woo!
Thank you, Wanda.
Woo!
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wanda.
So glad you read it.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you stayed.
Everybody was wonderful.
Right on,
That's
Wanda.
really great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so everybody can unmute and let's just like
Thank you,
celebrate.
everyone. Thank you all for attending and
Wonderful.
performing. It was wonderful.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Wanda. Thank
Thank
you, everybody.
you.
You, Wanda, everyone, beautiful to hear your works.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
likewise.
You know, I love it. I've been here every one except for one in all these years. So I've been here every year.
How
Thank you,
enriching.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're making history today, Wanda.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Thank you, Wanda.
You're welcome.
Love
Thank
you.
everyone. So
Stay
be with
safe, everyone.
wait till everyone, leaves the Zoom room.
Thank,
So
thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We had over 50
Oh,
participants today.
Wanda, save some food for me.
I don't want to hear about it. I mean, I want some of the food too, What can I say? If Jean is cooking, definitely want some.
All right, I'm heading out then. Got a little one to go to.
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. So I was
Thank you.
yeah, so you can post it.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Major. All right.
Bye. Hey.
Major.
Announcement.
Hey.
Stay
I have
safe.
an
See
announcement.
you.
Okay,
I'm
somebody has
having
an announcement.
I'm
Sure.
having,
All that talk of food, I'm going to cook some.
Oh,
Yeah, same here.
Don't do that. Don't do that, D Major. Don't do that to us now.
I
Okay.
have a book
Tell us
launch
what you're
coming
cooking.
up, everybody. I have a book launch and a birthday celebration coming up on the 13th of March. It's a Saturday.
And you're one of our features that the music of the word, La Palabra Musical. So folks, come on.
Yes.
Drop it in the
Thank
chat,
you,
Zakia.
Yes, I am.
I put it
On
there.
the 27th of March.
Yeah,
Yes, we
drop it in
welcome
the chat,
everyone to join
Zakia.
our Zoom presentation
Steve can
on
take it
March
with him.
13th. It's going to be a Zoom presentation on March 13th. We welcome everybody to attend. We will have books available to sell that day. And Zakia's book is entitled Ghana on My Mind. It's about her journey in Ghana, West Africa.
Righty.
Yes, and on Facebook, you can get the information for Zoom. It's already there. So, yeah.
Just go up on our
All
site.
are welcome.
Just go up on Zakia G Capehart and you can find the information.
Drop it in the chat.
All right.
We're visual people.
Yeah.
Drop it in the chat. Otherwise, it's gonna go in the ear. And I really want to go to that. Put it in the chat so we can
Put it
take
in now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Want to
Bye.
say we visual people. I believe in she, but we visual people.
Yeah. So Kim, do you want to announce something about the anthology that around Wakanda that's coming out?
Oh yeah. Well, we have Marvel Comics and Titan Books put out the anthology Black Panther Tales of Wakanda, and I got with Mona Lisa Saloy at Dillard University in HBCU in New Orleans, and so we're going to put on an event March 10th. It's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So it's going to be 3 p.m. our time, and it's going to be free to the public. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be free to the public. And so I'll put out notices about it because they're going to have some great Afrofuturistic people on. And then in April, for anyone who wants to come, we're going to do about 3 poetry events through Wake Up America. And so anyone who wants to do poetry, and then we're also going to do one event probably in late April that's going to be how to self-publish. Because so many of us are waiting for publishers. And, you know, at this point, it really is not expensive publishing yourself. And so it's just an option out there, you know. Garrett, I see you shaking your head up and down. Have you self-published anything?
I've self-published quite a bit, actually. And all my books on Amazon, all the books I have on Amazon are essentially self-published.
Okay. Okay. Well, did you find it expensive?
Not at all. Yeah. Only very little, and the only real cost is when you buy in buying the books, and even that you can if you choose a buy for a less expensive price.
And with so many of us being poets or writers, you know, we have networks of people who we can ask to support us so that you don't feel like you're out there by yourself. You know, everyone should feel, at least on this call, that they have support, because people like Wanda and Carla and so many other Nomadic Books, so many press, so many people, Raymond, everyone, they're also supportive. This is probably the most supportive group of people I know. Just amazing group, you know?
Well, I like to be supported and getting published, so I'm not published.
Okay, we gotta get you published.
Yeah, we can get this anthology published because we have money for the anthology to get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool. Any other announcements or shout outs or farewells or?
Well, I have something to say. We have been doing episodes called An Intimate Evening with the Town Crier, and we're headed towards episode 7 that addresses the honing the sound of the seminal group Upsurge, and then subsequently Upsurge New York City. And so it'll be this Sunday the 28th will be our next episode. So I posted in the chat where people can find more information if they are so inclined. So, you know, because there's a lot of history contained, you know, our history is parallel to the history of the African-American celebration of poetry, because Upsurge was founded in October 1990 at the Coffee Mill, which is Oakland's oldest coffee house. Yeah. And so we've had a lot of players come through there, such as Tanya's dad, Babatunde Lee, was one of our drummer for a long time. Right. So anyway, check it out, see what it's all about. Thank you. And again, and again, thank you, Wanda, for your work. And then Kim is another angel, and Avacha. You know, you are the three, the what do you call it? The troika of spoken word, the troika of poetry. So you guys are the empresses of soul. You know, keep it up.
I just think I want to say something.
Why is Malik Washington in prison?
Why?
Why? Yeah.
Oh, because they said that he violated the rules of the place where he's staying, you know, the halfway house. And yeah, they took his phone. I mean, like when he got out of prison, they knew that he was coming to work at the San Francisco Bayview because the editor and publisher are in their 80s and they could not keep it up. And so, and they also said that, journalists are not essential workers when we are. And so they were just like, so there was an outbreak in the house where he is. And he, you know, I think somebody called him. He didn't actually, you know, like announce it, but, you know, he told the truth. And because he doesn't have to be there. He actually has a home with his fiance that's walking distance to the baby, but they won't let him go there and, you know, put him on whatever kind of monitoring system they have electronically. So they took his phone and now they're saying, oh, we're going to send you back to prison. You know, they're just trying to find, because he is like exposing what's happening there. So that's why they're threatening him.
Wow, that sounds kind of unfair. The governor's going for this?
I don't know where it is in relationship to the governor. He has an attorney. He is not locked up yet. He is still free, not free. You know, he's still in San Francisco. They have not shipped him back to Texas.
And then part of the thing, if I may interject, is that Malik, to his credit, was very concerned about Mary Ratcliffe and Willie Ratcliffe, you know, that are in their 80s, and he didn't want to be an asymptomatic COVID carrier and infect them. Right. And so he was looking out for them, you know, so he needed to be released from custody where COVID is rampant, as we all know. And so he wanted to be released and be at home so he didn't bring the virus to the two former editors of the paper.
Surely that somebody wrote that, right?
Yeah.
Somebody wrote that, right?
Yeah, we know that. I mean, I'm the senior writer at the San Francisco Bay View. So, you know, we know this. But it's not affecting the policy of this privatized prison corporation that runs the halfway house and also runs prisons. So, right, like I said, he has a good attorney, and they're you know, they're doing some good work. So the story is not over. And
maybe we should appeal to maybe we should appeal to the vice president.
Right. Well, you can, you know, send information, send suggestions to Nube, because I don't know how to get in touch with Malik directly, because I don't know what email he has now that they took his phone. They never gave it back. They took his phone a few weeks ago.
Damn.
So yeah. So and they've been like intercepting his communication.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's happening presently. That's what he's a poet too, and it's like. He has some really awesome poetry he was writing something new, and he was going to share something that he had already written. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be so great. Yeah. And then Tongo Eisen Martin is also, he's writing for the paper now. He's going to have a column where he's going to feature young poets. Yeah, because the Bayview has a history of publishing poetry, because when Kevin Weston had a page, Kevin Weston he's no longer with us, but he was with New California Media. He mentored my daughter, who was a photojournalist, among other things.
Oh, Tassine. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Tassine. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's been doing it since she was in high school. But yeah, so we're gonna have poetry back in the paper, like on a regular basis with Tongo's curatorial work. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that sounds great. That name Malik Washington is it's a mixture of old and new. It's kind of, you know, interesting name. But God, that sounds so unfair though. I'm surprised that, you know, this is supposed to be such a progressive situation, San Francisco, right? The Bay Area.
I don't know about that. That's a conversation longer than we have time for. We could plan a Zoom and we could just chop it up, right?
Oh my gosh, please, my goodness.
Yeah, you've been gone too long, brother.
That sounds like a song, Wanda. You need to write the hook on that.
Oh my gosh. Well, we have de Blasio and Cuomo. We have these guys are just I don't know what to say about them, but you know, they're supposed to be good. But Raymond, you go back and forth, huh?
Try to walk in your footsteps, man. You know.
No, but I see you in New York as much as see you out here, man.
Yeah, well, we were there for 8 or 9 years, and we just got caught out here during the pandemic. You know.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we had shipped.
Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt this reminiscing. We're gonna have to go because I'm like sitting here all day.
Okay, Wanda, can I say it? Yeah. Okay, y'all don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
How do you leave? Oh, there's leave. Okay. Thank you. That was great.
All right, y'all take care. Peace and blessings.
Peace.
Leave meeting.
Leave meaty, red button. All right, Wanda.
All right, peace and blessings, everybody.